Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to urge you to please make your way into the venue. We will begin in the next 5 minutes. Please kindly make your way into the venue. We will begin in the next 5 minutes. morning, everybody. So good to see all of us in the room. And I certainly hope that you are excited for day 3 of Johannesburg Arbitration Week 2026. I know that it's going to be an absolutely incredible day. As we, of course, reflect on this final day of the conference, we do reflect on 2 days of really insightful discussion, robust debate, and meaningful engagement across a very rapidly evolving arbitration landscape. So today we look to consolidate those insights and turn our focus toward the future, examining how arbitration must continue to adapt in response to the shifting global, regional, and commercial dynamics. And we already have our team in place who's so excited to get on the stage. But before we do that, we do have a few protocols for the day. In the unlikely event of an emergency, as you know, please do make your way through the exits into the foyer. And then once again, if those mobile devices can be set to silent, that would be absolutely helpful. Once again, also a gentle reminder to our moderators and to our panelists, please do maintain your time as we have a really full program today. We do have a timer at the back of the venue to make sure that you can keep the time for your session. But most importantly, let's have a wonderful time as we engage in this final day of Arbitration Week, Johannesburg Arbitration Week. I would like to invite our very first panel onto the stage for a discussion of dispute resolution in Africa's critical minerals value chain. It's a session titled ADR as Critical Infrastructure in Africa's Critical Mineral Value Retention for Sustainable Development. And here we explore how effective ADR mechanisms can support value retention, investment, stability, and long-term development. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to the stage our moderator for this section, Director and Head of Industrialization, Manufacturing and Trade Sector for CDH, Jack Welferis, as well as Advocate Davy Malungisi, Kosi Tulasi, and Justice David Unterhalter. Please give them a very warm round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. It's me again for the 3rd day.
What's sitting?
Hopefully you're all well, and thanks for all who could make it after yesterday's gala dinner. So you can see at least we have, I think, a decent crowd. We were budgeting for a few people because of yesterday. But thank you again. So as the MC introduced, so today, the first session for today on the last day of JAW, we are discussing the topic ADR as critical infrastructure in Africa's critical mineral value retention for sustainable development. So the program has changed slightly, and I'm joined by 3 esteemed guests. Just to briefly introduce each of the guests. Firstly, Justice David Unterhalter from the Supreme Court of Appeal. I think everyone heard from Justice Unterhalter yesterday, so no further introduction, I think, is required. We all know Justice Unterhalter. Then joining me also is Mr. Kosi Tulasi. He is the Head of Industrialization, Trade, Market Economic Analysis for the African Union Development Agency, going to set some policy scene for us from AU perspective, what is happening and what should be done. And then also joining us is Advocate Davy Malungisi from he is a special advisor for the Southern African Resource Watch, and standing in for Dr. Claude Kebembe. On short notice, he said, I must say, because he had to prepare literally last night. So, but he knows he's an expert in the field. So I think it's important and prudent that having regard to our discussion this week on fragmentation in the global order, and in particular yesterday, the session, one of the breakaway sessions 4, We also spoke broadly about critical minerals, supply chains, but from an energy transition perspective also. And in those sessions, or in that session, we had certain urgent questions that also came up, which is part of our discussion today. How are critical mineral disputes playing out in the new geopolitical battleground? The discussion showed supply chain fragmentation, export restrictions, and strategic competitions are generating a new category of disputes. One sitting on the intersection of investment law, trade law, and geopolitical rivalry. That was the dispute lens. What happens when something goes wrong? This morning's session asks the prior question, and in many ways the more important one. What institutional, legal, and industrial architecture does Africa need so that the conditions giving rise to those disputes are addressed before parties ever reach a tribunal? If yesterday was about what happens and when the relationships breaks down, today is about what must be built so that Africa's position in that relationship is fundamentally stronger, so that the conditions under which contracts, invests, and participants in the global mineral economy are ones that retains the value chain. And yesterday we were talking about, fundamentally when we talk about the AFCFTA, it's about retaining the value in the continent. There's a fundamental recognition, having regard to the blueprint, which AFCFTA, that we need to ensure value addition on the African continent because of what is our inter-Africa trade is less than if we compare to any other region. Now, from a geopolitical perspective, we are living through a profound reorganization of the global economy around critical minerals. Every major power has concluded, and these minerals are so strategic that it cannot be left to the open markets to determine. The United States has imposed sweeping tariffs and launched mineral partnership agreements designed to lock supply chains to Western allies. China, which dominates the refining and processing of nearly 19 of 20 most critical minerals globally, has responded by restricting exports of rare earths and processing technologies, reminding the world that controlling the downstream is as important as controlling the ground. The European Union has enacted its Critical Raw Materials Act, setting domestic processing targets on terms that serve European industrial policy. At Johannesburg Summit last year, the G20 produced a document called the Critical Minerals Framework that reframed these minerals as drivers for inclusive growth and sustainable development, giving Africa and African states genuine political cover to demand beneficiation at the source and a larger share of the value chain, the beneficiation. But here's the tension. The same G20 endorsed framework that contains the United States, whose Project Vault strategy prioritizes security of supply for Western gigafactories over broad-based African industrialization. The framework is voluntary and non-binding. The supply chain deals are not. And then there is the China dilemma. South Africa's framework agreement on economic partnership with China targets duty-free access for mining and green technology exports. But if China already dominates global refining and processing infrastructure in Africa is not yet in place, zero tariff access may simply make it cheaper to export raw materials or raw ore. Precisely the opposite of our beneficiation policies on the continent. African states are navigating a moment in which they cannot afford to choose sides, but were refusing to choose sides has its own risks. So the political ambitions is multi-aligned. The legal and institutional architecture has not kept pace with that transition. So having said all of that, I think looking at the political world and legal architecture and the discussion today, so ADR reform without industrial policy reform, without contractual reform, and without genuine governance accountability will simply relocate where disputes are heard without changing who benefits. This dialogue seeks to reposition arbitration as an instrument of value retention, development finance, and green justice, and to advance the establishment of an institutionalized critical mineral dispute resolution framework in Africa, administered by competent African institutions like AFSA. So as I mentioned, I'm joined by an esteemed panel, and I'm going to start from the high-level policy perspective of what is happening on the African continent. And my first question goes to Kosi. Kosi, you've prepared a concept note, and your position is quite clear and compelling in respect of the strong African project pipeline, the strong Africa's position in contracting, negotiation, and dispute management, the extractive industrial hubs. What is your position in terms of how can Africa ensure that using dispute settlement as a framework, that is part of the architecture to ensure that we actually maintain the minerals here, the beneficiation here, and ultimately also resolve the disputes as part of those entire value chain? If you can just update us for us.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the AFSA management for inviting NEPA to this important week. It is well positioned in terms of the geopolitics where we are traversing now. 3 points. With regard to our NEPA, African Union is clear in terms of their strategy, what we want to do. Starting with the normative framework that we have, the like of IDA, Accelerated Industrial Development for Africa, AFCTA that you mentioned, and PIDA, which is in charge of infrastructure. Mineral in Africa, by design, was to serve other continents, not for the benefit of Africans. And we all know that. I'm not going to go to the history of that. What we have done, I would say since 2009, through the African Mineral Vision, through the AMDC, which is the African Mineral Development Center, and then through the transformation of NEPAD into African Union Development, with the mandate that we have from our member state, head of government, to ensure that the resources, the mineral resources, are transformed for the benefit of Africans. So we took that as a role of African Union Development Agency to take the policies, decisions of African member states, transform them into very pragmatic, implementable program and project. So the past 3 years, what we did with the assistance of African Development Bank, African Union Commissions, African UNECA, which is the Economic Commission from United States, Economic Commission for, what do you call it? For Africa, for the United Nations, and other institutions like Africa Change Lab, and most of them, the civil society, is to understand and come up with a program that address the challenges that you just mentioned, particularly in terms of how Africa benefit from its mineral resources. So we have developed 5 pillars that address those issues. I will go through them quickly and to demonstrate to the audience that African Union has taken responsibility to ensure that African countries, and particularly institutions like AFSA here, play the critical role. And I will conclude with that by demonstrating why we need AFSA. Why do we need to partner with institutions like AFSA? First of all, the program is based on 5 tenets, as I mentioned. The first one is a capacity strengthening of African member states. That includes the geoscience, the legal aspect, and that's why I'm here today, and to ensure that we understand contracting, we understand geoscience. How do we support our experts in the geological science, and also the government, particularly with regard to contracting, where some of the elements like arbitration texts are missing, and that causes a lot of problems. And you can see across the continent that contracts have been renegotiated for lack of a simple thing like arbitration clauses that are not there. How do we ensure that we take responsibility and implement those to strengthen those capacity? Second, across the continent, you have artisanal mining and enterprises. If you disaggregate that, you will see about 80% are women. The rest, 20%, are around the youth. But up to today, there's no mechanism to ensure that those 80% are looked after through simple mechanisms that we've put in place. First, we create financial mechanisms whereby they will be able to, one, have the resources, which is not a grant, because I don't believe in grants, to ensure that they have a financial mechanism whereby they can take a loan through commercial bank. And we are creating that facility to the tune to start with a $20 million. It's a small, but it's a very important step toward the right direction. We're looking also into, after you capacitated the institution, the ASME, you need now to talk about industrialization hub. How do we create that? Through the current corridor that we have. For instance, Lobido corridor, the corridor, Lagos-Abidjan corridor. Why are we doing that? Because they have already the infrastructure in place. They have the energy requirement, or are building those energy requirements. The secure logistical aspect is very important if you want to move from just extraction to transformation. That's what we are focusing on that. Now, after you've done that, it's important to look into the logical process whereby you didn't mine to be de-risked. That's what we're looking at, de-risking the brownfield mine as well as the greenfield mine. And all the member states are involved into that. At the end of the day, we'll have a portfolio of investable projects into class of assets so that ordinary African can invest into those class of assets and making the economic transformation that we are looking for. And also inviting the global players. Lastly, having that order, you need research and development. Research and development, particularly in the iron battery sector that everybody is venturing into, and center of researches and excellences that we are looking into across the continent. So the question is, why am I here today? I'm here because I believe in arbitration. And without arbitration, it's difficult to ensure that you can have a trusted investor coming to the continent, as well as our local African investors, so that when there's a disagreement, we can come to AFSA in South Africa instead of flying out of the continent. And they have well-equipped system to be able to deal with that. So it's important that in drafting the contract, the arbitration clause are there. That's why we want to partner, ensuring that when we do the capacity strengthening, when we contract, when we develop and de-risk all the mine that we plan to do every year between 5 to 10, that the legal aspect is taken care of. I will stop there for now, and I will elaborate further. Thank you.
Thank you, Kosi. I think It's maybe important to just bring the justice in at this particular point before I come back to just on, you spoke about the importance of arbitration and institution, but we also on the continent have this dilemma in respect of some states are pro-arbitration, some states are not pro-arbitration, like our own country has a particular view in respect of arbitration. So how do we get justice, having regard to what's happening in the world of BITs, whether it's capital exporting jurisdictions with a specific, more onerous guarantee provisions and the reference to exit arbitrations and so on, and then you get it from an African perspective, and you look at the AFCFTA protocol, and you see, yes, there's guarantees, but there's actually a dispute, even with the African states, about should we have arbitration or not.
Yes, so there's obviously a huge opportunity for Africa that arises from the geopolitical competition over critical minerals. And the question is, how do African countries and Africa at large benefit maximally from that competition? I think one does need to go back to some basics around this, which is that one has to reduce the cost of capital to those who are likely investors in critical minerals and those who might be interested in beneficiation. And the cost of capital is directly related to regulatory risk. So one needs to, I think, come back to some of the essential features, which is firstly that if there is regulatory predictability and there is consistency of application across jurisdictions as to how minerals and rights are actually given and exploited, that is a very big part of the picture. And one must never forget that aspect because it's the critical flaw from which proper investment takes place. But I think it is also worth reflecting that there is understandable concern that the history of bilateral investment treaties often is treated with some measure of skepticism because of what is perceived to be two things. One, the inconsistent treatment of the standards under those treaties, and secondly, what is seen to be regulatory constraint upon what African jurisdictions would seek to do. Now, there are not simple answers to those problems, and we can perhaps expand upon them. But I don't think that in respect of attracting capital and beneficiation in Africa, that without a framework of investment protection internationally, one is likely to mitigate some of the difficulties that African jurisdictions have had. That's the first thing. And in respect of intra-Africa investment, and perhaps we can come on to this in more detail, while there are some interesting features of the protocol, I think that the failure to have properly enforceable standards is actually just a mistake. The fact is that investors, firstly, look to those protections for the purposes of having enforceable guarantees that can be adjudicated and enforced, and if you don't have that, the best will in the world around mediation and grievance procedures and the like are never going to suffice, and one simply has to be realistic about this. And the second thing, just to take account of, is that there is a very real risk of circumvention. I mean, the protocol is intended to cover treaty parties within Africa, but capital is highly mobile, and if the protections aren't adequate and the enforcement procedures aren't sufficient, capital will simply move to where there are greater investment protections under other kinds of BIT arrangements. And so I think if Africa is going to seriously look at this, the skepticism about enforceable standards under the protocol really needs to be revisited, notwithstanding the historical skepticism that is often launched at these questions.
Yeah. No, thanks, Justice. And reasonably, we had a particular sequence, but I think just on that particular point, it was important because we, as part of the debate and developing the broader framework based on the 5 pillars on the industrialization of Africa and using critical minerals as a catalyst, we have to accept, and I think everyone on the panel accepts, is that dispute settlement is a fundamental component of that. effective enforcement of a adjudicative body's decision in respect of a deadlock. And as Justice has said, mediation, yes, it's great, mediation and negotiations works in certain instances, and those are typically dubbed the African way of resolving disputes. But in other instances where you want to attract capital, you actually have to have credible institutions, or AFSA, credible seats like Johannesburg, Nairobi, Cairo, and so on. So all of those things. So going back to you, Kosi, in respect of just the strategy and the 5 pillars. So how does that fit into the investment framework? In particular, also looking at, let's say, public-private partnerships to help these things get materialized, because you've mentioned the Libodo corridor. That's basically a public-private partnership, getting the ore from the DRC through Angola to the port and export it. But if we don't have the private sector input and we can't give the private sector the comfort, how will that operate? And maybe just from a policy perspective, what the AU is thinking of, because we have this fragmentation on the African continent also.
Thank you. From the perspective of African Union, particularly with the work that we are doing in Outer NEPAD, we're looking into changing some of the mechanisms that we have. Now, to invest in mine, you need, like you say, a platform, a trusted and respected platform. The composition of the platform depends on the solidity of some of the institutions in the continent. So what we are advocating is that we have institutional investor-public partnership, which implies that the investment will be around some of the strong institutions like a pension fund, sovereign fund, and other banking system that we have, and also the private. And then you have some sort of like the strong purpose vehicle that managed. What it does now is that you have a place whereby every African can invest into, because it's a portfolio of projects between 5 to 10, sometimes beyond that, that are investable, having gone through all the processes to ensure that it's de-risk, return on investment is higher, above 18%, and the perceived risks like security, trust, and other are addressed. Having done that, then you have a platform that enables for investment. So we are looking into that, and we are in the process of implementing that, and also looking into what we call African Mining Industrialization Asset Class Platform that's linked to that. So that at the end of the day, what you have is a system that is working, where projects are de-risked, where you can invest into that. Why we're doing that? Because we are translating the policies that we have in the African Union. I talk about African Mineral Vision, African Green Mineral Strategy that has been approved, I think, a year ago, and also Agenda 2063 that tells us that we have to be economically independent and that industrialization has to start with what we have in terms of critical mineral, in terms of transforming that into green industrialization. Those will not happen if this mechanism of funding them are not in place. That's what we are advocating for, a change in the approach that we have. Investing in single mine requires more effort than investing in 10 to 15 asset class that transform the landscape and giving trust. And when you are talking about 500 million, we are talking about 100 billion to $1 trillion asset. That changed the discussion, and that also create an ecosystem whereby more investors are interested in, because their risk is spread over a number of assets that are within that. So that's what we are looking to. Thank you.
Thank you. Then just moving to Advocate Mulengisi, touching on what the vision is from a institutionalization perspective, but now taking it to the grassroots, to the people on the ground who see the mines, see the exploration happening next door to them, the communities. And some of the most fundamental disputes sometimes happen as a consequence of what happens at the grassroots level. So in terms of your organization, how do you assist and facilitate that those communities also are part of the discussion? And when disputes arise on a community level, community unracing, and I've been in incidents where mines are blocked and you help clients and communities saying, this is our minerals, where are you taking it? So how do you resolve those type of things? Because it ultimately trickles up also then to government, and it becomes a potential investor-state dispute as a consequence of not complying with certain community obligations.
Yeah, thank you. I'm come from the Southern Africa Resource Watch, so most of our work, we are working with the communities. And the critical minerals emergency has created a rush that risks shortcuts to investment decision, to permitting systems. We've seen government processes shortchanged in terms of stakeholder engagement and participation. But from an investment point of view, we have to discuss this in the context of sustainability, practices that are taking the form of ESGs, environmental, social governance. So we need to view community participation mainly from a value chain governance angle. And how are we beginning to discuss complaints at local level? It's in this way. We have not seen a change of the type of complaints from previous extractive or mining regimes to what we have right now. People are complaining about low compensation, lack of sufficient consultation in terms of resettlement plans, and many other elements that have constituted complaints even now under this regime of critical minerals emergence. So if you go to the standards, you'll see that ESG investing operates based on standards, and that informs even the financial asset managers, the banks, and so forth. So to that extent, there are standards like the Equator Principles. That's part of soft law. Equator Principles, they insist that you must have a grievance redress mechanism as part of your due diligence, including human rights due diligence. The point is there are risks associated with lack of legitimacy or what is called social license to operate. If indigenous people who sit or under their land, there's these minerals. So if they have grievances and they don't give what is called in international human rights law, free, prior, and informed consent, then it generates risks of maybe project delays. So from a financier, from an investor, they want guarantee of stability, that they are not going to be challenged in courts and so forth. So our work is seen that what we need to do, if you look at the Africa's green mineral strategy, pillar number 4 is actually about safeguarding ESGs, economic, social, and governance rights. So to that extent, it means our role as civil society is to assist the communities to understand the mechanisms that are available. And at that level, what we have done in countries such as DRC, Zimbabwe, and others, we have worked with communities to engage with the companies so that they co-design grievance redress mechanisms. And those mechanisms, then it means, as we are seeing, they are moving away from just being corporate social responsibility mechanisms to some governance requirement that I think must even move to regulation. I know in trade terms, some are saying that may constitute a technical barrier to trade. So we are clearly working with communities, and we really want to strengthen that there must be independence of those mechanisms. There must also not be retaliation. There must be guarantee that if you raise a complaint, there's no retaliation from the corporations. And we're looking at all those aspects. And I'll come to maybe what does that mean in terms of green justice when we discuss the next question.
I think that's very importantly. There's several examples on the continent where things have gone horribly wrong in respect of environmental impact on communities. One of the examples, probably the most recent, is in Zambia, where the retention dam burst, polluted an entire river. So all of those social impacts, and again, the communities feel it because they're next to it. Their livelihoods are impacted. And so I think on that point, it's also so, although it seems like it's a community issue, but actually it's an investment issue, because if governments, again, and the investor don't negotiate the proper agreements and ensure that investors, firstly, they need to comply with the regulatory requirements and do all the reporting and so on. But the investment agreements are important to regulate these things also. And that's maybe, again, back to justice, is that I think we talk about old generation BITs, and we have most of them is typically the export capital jurisdictions, the European countries, the US, and so on, into Africa. But then on the continent, and the UN has been busy with the new framework in terms of you can't just have one-sided way of investors invoking rights and suing governments for FET, expropriation, and so on. There must be a two-way street where governments can also sue an investor for breaching ESG obligations and so on. Do you think our framework on the continent is fit for purpose as it stands?
Well, I think there are two things. The first is one needs to see where the sources of investment come from, and where, as I've indicated, one can have a meaningful impact on the flow of investment and the risks attached to it. I think that our experience shows that in the generations of BITs that have been concluded over a large number of years, there are undoubtedly questions as to how the standards, which are very generally framed, have been applied, and where the consistency is, and what is the balance between investor rights and the regulatory competences of states that should be retained. And we have seen that one of the responses is to try and conceive of a set of appellate jurisdictions that would give rise to greater consistency in respect of, let's call them the older regime of BITs. I think there's also much scope for trying to renegotiate some of those to perhaps update the standards and think more about more reciprocal bilateral kinds of rights and obligations as between states and investors. But that's a long and complex project, and again is somewhat resistant to what would be the quickest route, which would be a supranational effort to regulate investment either through a body like the WTO or the like. But those kinds of really ambitious schemes are simply, I think, beyond us in the world that we face at the moment. On the inter-Africa investment and what is being done under the Africa Free Trade Agreement, I mean, there are clearly some important efforts to refine the standards, particularly in relation to FET and the concern around legitimate expectations, to try and, as it were, constrain the potential scheme of expectations that have sometimes been thought to derail regulatory interests that states have. My own concern here is that you have to balance up whether the refined standards that you are seeking to put in place and the reciprocal nature of them, what is it actually going to do by way of guaranteeing capital and risk? You have to take a realistic view of it, because you can have beautifully framed agreements, but if they are not actually going to make the difference to the protection of investment that you want to encourage, well, we don't yet know whether they will be adequate, and there are reasons to think that to some degree the established standards and some of the jurisprudence that surrounds the existing BIT standards may be more predictable than creating new standards which are untried and untested. But we'd have to see how it works in practice. The only way to make sure that you can really test these standards is, as I've already indicated, my skepticism that under the difficulties that are now being negotiated around enforcement, I really think that without proper enforceable standard through dispute resolution that is actually going to permit of awards that actually compensate for risk, I think that you can have the best and most refined standards, but you simply won't get the result. And I fear that nettle is simply not being grasped in the protocol and the debates that are taking place around it.
No, thank you, Justice. I think, and that is, I think, fundamentally the big issue is the enforceability. We can't have a dispute settlement mechanism where we don't, in particular, have arbitration, whether it's investor-state arbitration, but in particular arbitration as a dispute settlement mechanism that is enforceable against the other side.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that one could certainly do is have quite important mediation requirements. Correct. So that you try to minimize the number of cases that go through to adversarial adjudication. And you can also create a variety of mechanisms to speed up those mechanisms and think about how the arbitration process will work. Perhaps there should be panels of arbitrators and mechanisms for trying to secure consistency and the like, so as to prevent some of the uncertainty that can attach to BIT litigation. But those are all ranges of options within the scheme of enforceable standards. Mm. They're not about saying, well, you know, there's a different way of enforcing standards where actually in relationships between states and investors, they will somehow find common ground. They often don't, and for very good reasons, and there are real disputes and they need to be resolved. And if you don't have a predictable system for doing it, as I say, you do raise the cost of capital and you reduce your competitive attractiveness. Advantage. And neither of those are outcomes we want.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Justice. Then just, Mr. Tulisi, going maybe just back to you, and it touches again on the point, and I'm going to go back to Advocate Molengisi, is so looking at what we've spoken about, so from a NEPAD or African Development Agency perspective, the AFCFTA investment protocol has, again, so we have the broader AFCFTA framework, but the specific protocol, it's adopted, not yet enforced, because a number of other countries still need to ratify it. Annex is still being negotiated. The protocol itself has a lot of laudable specific guarantees, which tries and gets us to a bit more middle ground in terms of ESG, human rights, climate change, and all of these commitments, and energy transition. What is the African Development Agency also doing in parallel with the AFCFTA Secretariat to ensure that these discussions where, yes, mediation, great, it is in there, but we need to have, as the Justice, a predictable, enforceable system where if there's a deadlock in respect of did I actually breach the ESG obligations or not, and we try and mediate, but there's still an impasse. Is there an engagement on that level to make sure that we actually get to a process where by the end of this year, hopefully, we have an annex?
From the perspective of African Union Development Agency, we are not that strong in terms of litigation and those. But what we are strong in is to speak to government in terms of processes and mechanisms that are in place. And for me, being here today is we will be speaking about a partnership with AFSA in terms of how do we see the role of AFSA across the continent and how we are able to let know and advocate for litigation and also arbitration clause within the contract to avoid the future, in the future those situations that are unpleasant for investors to come in. So right now in that process what we're looking into, of course we have the legal counsel that are also advising some of the issues, but we need a dedicated institution like AFSA, and that's what we are working on. So it's very important to say that we are not idle in terms of issues that currently we have in terms of litigation, in terms of dispute, in terms of how to build trust with investors and other partners. Looking from the perspective of intervening at the government level, because we have access of all the 55 countries to be politically correct. The legal system that are in those countries, and importantly, how do we ensure that we strengthen the capacity through advocacy, through proper training, and supporting them financial to create that system that will enable them to be able to, I'll call it, better solve those issues in terms of legal difficulty, challenges that they have. So we work with the government, we work with institutions, and we are bringing them together, and so that we create ecosystem that is legally robust, so that investors can come. When there's dispute, we can be able to solve those disputes. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's very important. So maybe just a last question, hopefully, Advocate Molengisi, and then I'm going to go to Justice. But first to you. So if you have to, on behalf of the communities, and you live that on a daily basis, and you sitting next to the African Development Agency and say, okay, this is what I want to ensure is in the vision, in the plan, and in the engagement, so that you can ensure that that dispute that happens on the ground, actually, when it also happens there, it's actually dealt with on the top level. What would you say?
I would first say we have very nice documents at African Union level. Yes. And at national level, what we are seeing right now is that countries are developing national critical mineral strategies. And within them, they are also defining what ESGs and sustainability and circularity must be. So that alignment is important in terms of not documents only, but leadership. So that's the challenge we pose to our Pan-African institutions, to say there's need to demonstrate
on the ground
public leadership to implement what has been
agreed. We created policy, but the implementation is the
yes, and even this platform, the AFSA platform, is also to say we have seen a willingness to engage in terms of responsible sourcing practices. But we need to ensure that we disaggregate the investors, because Chinese investors' conduct is different from maybe an investor from Europe or so. Yeah. So we are recommending that AFSA creates a deliberate, Chinese-facing I know there's a China-Africa mechanism. If we can also incorporate grievance redress mechanisms and get evidence from communities to inform those processes, that is what I would say.
That's important.
Yes.
No, I think it's a social license to operate is critical.
Yes.
Then I think one of the last questions, and then each of you, maybe 30 seconds closing remark, but to the Justice, and it's a very important question because in the world we are living in, and so you were the chair of the WTO appellate body. You've seen how all of these things are happening. There's a sense of paralysis, it seems, on the WTO system, in particular the appellate body. So with all the changes globally, export restrictions by China, US tariffs being imposed at a whim, what is left of the system, and how do we as Africans actually then deal with this in the middle?
Well, this is a big topic, but let me try and pluck out a few important things. I think the first is that what's happened with the multilateral trading system is that there's been an inability to reach new comprehensive trade agreements under the auspices of the WTO. There has been the consequence of the trade imbalances within the system, which has given rise to quite significant geopolitical tensions, particularly as between the US and China. And then the results of COVID were to show supply chain vulnerabilities. And the relationship to critical minerals is that in the aftermath of that and some of the geopolitical tensions in the world, there is now extraordinary attention being given to what an inability to have access to critical minerals and their processed outcomes can do to key industries that you have. So that's the backdrop. What can we do about it? Well, I think, one must hope that there are still possibilities for multilateral trade negotiations to succeed. But given certain of the geopolitical tensions, and particularly the US's disinclination to engage in multilateralism, I think what we need to recognize is that there are real opportunities for plurilateral and other kinds of agreements between willing blocks of countries, of which I was speaking briefly last night. But the key thing is this. If you think about the countries that are the sources of most demand for critical minerals, it is the US, it is the EU, it's China and Japan. They constitute the huge amount of demand for the minerals. Africa's strength lies in not only the plurality of critical minerals which exist on the continent, but if you can combine your negotiating strength through the AU and leverage that, then instead of negotiating country by country, you leverage your collective power over the continental endowment of critical minerals. But to do that, you have to think about how to engage in trade agreements Africa-wide with the key countries that are importing these minerals. So I think in one way we're just not being sufficiently ambitious, which is to look to countries like China and the EU, which are still very much engaged in not in the multilateral system, but in other kinds of free trade agreements, to think about how to leverage that power into advantageous trade agreements that are continent-wide and are concluded with countries, blocks like the EU, China and Japan. That, if you ask me, is the vision. What has happened, unfortunately, often with African trade negotiations is that they're looking for outcomes and benefits from a system that is now being replaced effectively. They're hoping to get benefits out of a multilateral kind of negotiation process that really is receding as a possibility for the future. And for so long as African and the African bloc continues to think about that as the payoff, we're going to not make the kind of progress for the continent that we need.
Thank you, Justice. So there needs to be a fundamental shift in the way we do trade.
Absolutely.
So maybe your final words. I know our time is up. Final words, 30 seconds each, please. What is your recommendation?
Well, I would make, I suppose, three fundamental recommendations, which is, as I said, the key is not simply to have fine pieces of paper that look and are framed in wonderful and ambitious terms, but actually consider the real mechanisms for making them workable and enforceable through predictable administration and regularity. And that requires a lot of domestic effort across jurisdictions of Africa. That's the first thing. The second is how to deal with corruption. I mean, it's one of the words that hasn't been much used, but part of what undermines the entire superstructure of improper investment protection is corruption, and how to deal with that through mechanisms that are going to be workable. And thirdly, if we're thinking continentally around the ambitions of the Africa Free Trade Agreement, pay attention to what it takes to attract capital and keep it, and the risks that are attendant upon it, and look at what is necessary to create enforceable mechanisms that are going to provide sufficient and predictable protection when one seeks to attract capital.
Thank you, Justice Advocate Mlungisi.
Yeah, the first one is to support what Justice said, that even as civil society, we have proposed that a vanguard of producer countries should coalesce so that they can have a common position even within the African Continental Free Trade Area framework or the African Union. And that must be backed by civic understanding that this is a limited moment. These resources are going to finish, and Africa must approach with an agency. So the proposition is to say, can the African Union and Pan-African institutions declare critical minerals as a continental emergency and implement mechanisms to beneficiate, to negotiate, and take advantage of platforms such as the FOCAC, China-Africa, the EU conversations around critical minerals beneficiation and green sourcing, and all those should constitute a way that must give us beneficiation in the way it is framed in the African Union context, that it must be equitable, resource-based industrialization, and that must be a solution for localization and for special economic zones and other industrial zones, to also promote relocation of production from other centers in the world to the African continent. And this is happening, that Zimbabwe has started exporting beneficiated lithium, and because of deliberate industrial policy and legal reforms that are taking place in Mozambique, they are also suggesting that there must be processing locally. But that can be a statement. You must also prepare for the supply side constraints that we face.
Thank you, Mr. Mlungisi. Then, Mr. Tolesi, you've now gotten all the recommendations. We're going to put that in a document to you for the AU. So your last words and all the recommendations you're going to implement.
Thank you. Our position is very simple. And for Africa to retain value from critical mineral, there are a few things that we need to do. First, dispute resolution, project preparation with all the mechanisms that I mentioned, beneficiation, and lastly, institutional capacity. All those need to be treated as one single strategy. So for us, Continental Extractive Industry Program is a strong starting point for us in terms of addressing all the input that and challenge that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you for your time. Thank you. I don't know if you want to take a photo.
Of course you can do that. Thank you so much. One more round of applause for our moderator and panelists. Very insightful perspectives. While they do their little photo shoot there, we are now going to be turning to the role of the legal sector in shaping Africa's mining future. Now, this session is titled Legal Sector Contribution Towards Revamp of an Inclusive Africa Mining Vision Compact, which explores how ESG business and human rights considerations are informing a more inclusive and sustainable network. So I would like to invite our next panel to the stage, and of course our moderator who's going to kickstart everything, Angelista Nation, who is a partner at AfriCorp in Tanzania. And our panelists are Lauren Hermanis, Laka Ligonzo, Mutuso Dliwayo, as well as Darlington Muyambwa. But please put your hands together for our moderator, Angelista, coming to the stage to introduce the session. I'm not the moderator. Another warm welcome for our moderator.
And a very good morning to you all. I can see the weather in Joburg is really weathering today. But glad to see that everyone is still attentive and as energetic. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to this session again. And just transitioning from the session that we just had, I couldn't think of a better really transition to the topic that we are going to have this morning. Allow me to also say thank you to the organizers for giving me such a balanced panel. I've been here since we started, and I think my panel has actually a very good balance of gender, as we are going to see when we start. Ladies and gentlemen, our topic today is legal sector's contribution towards the revamp of an inclusive Africa Mining Vision Compact. Now, as you heard from the previous panel, the Africa Mining Vision Compact was adopted over 15 years ago. And its key aim was to make sure that the impact or the mineral resources in Africa are actually used for the meaning benefit to African communities. And yet, despite all these resources that we have, still, the issues that the vision aimed at confronting remain with us today. At the same time, it is also very key to know and to actually realize that the global context keeps evolving. Now, the question is therefore not whether the vision is relevant. It actually is. Perhaps the better question is whether the vision in its current form today responds to not only these issues, but also these evolving issues that we are currently facing. And that is why today's discussion is very important. And with that, we are very grateful to have a panel that is with me here today that brings diverse but deeply connected perspectives to this conversation. We have Alaka Lugonzo from Partnership Leads for Africa at Global Witness, whose work sits at the intersection of transition minerals, climate justice, governance, and responsible resource management across the extractive sector. Her experience in law, policy, and stakeholders' engagement brings an important perspective on our broader goals and evolving directions of the Africa Mining Vision. We are also joined by Darlington Muyambwa, a leading expert in business and human rights, currently advising under the Danish Institute for Human Rights on responsible business conduct, just transition initiatives all across Africa. His work is on accountability, sustainability, and corporate responsibility, which offers critical insights into how legal and governance frameworks can move beyond principles into implementation. With him again is Mutuso Dilwayo, who is a lawyer and executive director of Zimbabwe Environment Law Organization, and his work focuses on responsible investment, environmental governance, and accountability, but with key focus on access to remedy and alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. Online, we are also joined by Lauren Hermanus, who is joining us online. And Lauren, sorry, I pronounced her name, I hope I'm pronouncing her name correctly. And Lauren's work, apologies as I go through her bio that just came in. Yes, Lauren Hermas is a co-founding director of Southern Transition, an organization rooted in Southern Africa, working to unlock transformative economic opportunities in and for the global South. She's a researcher and a strategist with more than 15 years of experience working on sustainable development. Her work focuses on intersecting issues of infrastructure, climate action, and development. Her experience spans different sectors, working with different sectors and government, business, IGOs, and civil society. Her work has included on-the-ground economic diversification, experiments through Just Transition Lab, as well as contributing to South Africa's Just Energy Transition. She has over 15 years' experience on the area. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that introduction towards our panel, allow me to start our session today with Alaka. And let me just get close to her so that it's easier for me to converse with her. So, Alaka, we've spoken about the Africa Mining Vision, and the first session has actually introduced us, at least in a nutshell, of what that might be and what that is looking like in Africa. In a nutshell, can you tell us what exactly this is, what it aimed, its essence, and where we are?
Thank you very much, moderator. So I'll just pick it up from where the last panel left it off. So it is a continental policy. The African Union Heads of State in 2009 realized that essentially Africa is exporting most of its raw materials, and there's a need for actually to curb Africa from being a primary exporter of the raw materials and to value add, manufacture, and benefit from our minerals directly. So broad-based, it's a continental policy. It's designed to transform the continental's mining sector. So a short explanation is that it is currently what I call the Bible, under which all the other policies that country mining visions, the African Green Mineral Strategy, and any other policy that is to be used is supposed to draw inspiration from, or supposed to actually draw a background from. So if you look at the mining sector on the continent, 30% of the world's minerals are actually found in Africa, yet we are still languishing in poverty. A lot of it is also raw materials are exported, raw. They are not valued on the continent, and a lot of that is we export the minerals, and then again we look for money to actually buy, the finished products. Yet we have geological advantage, and we also have economies that could benefit from these minerals. So if you look at it, the AMVs technically is supposed to break the cycle, whereby instead of us exporting our minerals raw, we need to figure out how to do value addition, we need to figure out how to do industrialization, we need to figure out how to benefit from our minerals on the continent, not exporting them and then buying them back. So the pillars of the AMV are creating a way in which we can be able to develop our mineral value chains. So what does that look like? It looks like beneficiation, it looks like refining, it looks like manufacturing, and with that it means you can create jobs on the continent. Africa is said to, in the next couple of years, have the most youth. Where are these youth going to work? Are we still going to export labor to other continents, and yet we have the opportunity to develop our value chains and to create jobs? Now, another thing is economic linkages. One of the panelists here yesterday talked about Africa having sufficient energy, but it's important to realize that if we do not integrate the energy sector and the mining sector, it means then we are not going to be able to create an opportunity to actually develop our value chain. So it's important for us to link our mining work. It's important for us to link agriculture. It's important for us to link industrialization and manufacturing, for us to actually process and be able to process our raw materials. Another thing is transparency and accountability. I think Darlington will talk a lot about that, but I'll mention something about sustainability and responsibility. We must be in a position to protect our environment, even as we develop, our raw materials and ensuring that our communities benefit from these minerals.
Thank you so much, Alaka. So basically, what I'm hearing is that despite its pillars and what it wanted to achieve, some of it, we would say it's fallen short. Is that what you would like to say to us?
Let me say yes and no. Because yes, we do have the frameworks that actually are the background of some of these policies. A lot of the country mining visions you see, and which is now what we're calling implementation status, is that a lot of countries start from nowhere. And they want to create mining laws or mining policies. They want to revise or revamp their mining policies. And we have the African mining vision that they can always go back to and say, this is what the African mining vision says. It's a continental strategy that cuts across Cairo, to Cape. But yet, country mining visions do not adapt the tenets of the African mining vision. So let me say this. We are 40% into implementation, but at the end of the day, the politics also come into place. Do we have an opportunity to actually update, prioritize? Because now you're seeing conversations around critical minerals, and we do have an African green mineral strategy, which is now competitive because now we're moving into a digital space. So how are we going to then adopt a green mineral strategy if we've not even adopted the African mining vision and created country visions out of it? So we still have a lot of work to do.
Wow, perfect. Let me take you back a little bit when you mentioned about value addition. I'm hearing a concept of perhaps paradox of plenty.
Yes.
Can you share with us, and perhaps the audience would like to know, what do you think has prevented Africa from moving up the value, the value chain in practice?
Before I even answer your question, do you know, this is to the audience, that your cell phone today contains 100 different minerals, critical, that are found on the continent? Some, coltan, tantalum, copper, gold, diamond, manganese, and platinum. But at the end of the day, all of these minerals are exported in their raw form to China to create a phone. This tablet that I'm using was not made in South Africa. The cell phone you're holding was made in China. Yet all these minerals were extracted from the continent and are being processed outside the continent. So when you ask me the paradox of plenty, we have a lot of these minerals. Yet at the end of the day, we are not benefiting from the minerals directly because somebody else has to come in the middle of this to do now value addition. What I have to say is, it's sad that at the end of the day, we sit in these spaces and we have these conversations, and we do have the technical capacity as Africans to actually do in-continent and in-country value addition. But at the end of the day, we need to sit as a continent and figure out the geopolitics around it. We need energy to actually set up industrialization and manufacturing. We do have the minerals, but do we have the infrastructure? Do we have the political goodwill to actually put together in-continent value addition? I think I'll pose a question to the audience. Is that an opportunity that we can be able to do as policymakers to actually create an enabling environment for us to do in-continent value addition? So the paradox is the minerals are there. We need the minerals. We know what to do with the minerals. But are we actually ready to take the next bold step?
Wow. Thank you so much, Alaka, because ideally what you're saying is that despite the strength that the vision itself has, there are still significant gaps, right, between policy ambition that we have and, the lived realities that we're experiencing at the moment. And I think this creates an important bridge towards what Darlington is going to share with us as well, around areas particularly on human rights, accountability, and responsible business conduct. Darlington, from a human rights perspective, do you think there's now, from what Alaka said, there's now a need, perhaps, to revamp the vision itself?
Thank you very much, moderator, and good morning, everyone. I think the AMV has a very useful tool, one of the tools anyway, that was developed, which is the Private Sector Compact. And the Private Sector Compact recognizes that for there to be development, for there to be investments in industrialization, which are questions that Alaka has been posing, there is need for a clear role that private sector plays. And it is indeed time to revamp this Private Sector Compact. Because when it was constituted, not so many private players took a role in it, and it was done in a context that is different from what we're having today. Spaces like this you would find were dedicated possibly to just lawyers, but as you can see in this platform, we've got civil society, we've got a multiplicity of stakeholders that are engaging together and talking to each other. When the compact was designed, it was mostly from an echo chamber perspective, where we were talking amongst ourselves, possibly as civil society, but representing or pointing to things that business need to do. But this has changed. We have seen the relationship between civil society, state, and private sector changing and shifting over time. And because of that, there is a strong justification for revamping the Private Sector Compact, because our language and our conversations has really evolved. The other thing that has evolved, and I'm thankful to the panel before us, is the ESG provisions. These have really, in the last 5 years, changed. And the Private Sector Compact, when it was done, it was not within the same framing of the ESG as we see today. There have also been some developments that needs to be captured in our Private Sector Compact, and this includes the OECD guidelines on multinational enterprises. These are recent, and they have not been captured and incorporated in the Private Sector Compact as we know it today. The other thing, or the other element that also needs to be incorporated is what Alaga was referring to, that we now have an Africa Green Mineral Strategy. So we just don't have an AMV, but we have an Africa Green Mineral Strategy. And this Green Mineral Strategy realizes that there is a sudden surge of interest in Africa's critical minerals or in Africa's transition minerals. So all of these things have not been captured, including the whole shift towards what some call the scramble for critical minerals. It has not been incorporated. So yes, and I believe the Private Sector Compact of the African Mining Vision needs to be revamped to include these contextual developments that I've been pointing up to. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Darlington. And I think now I would like to move to Lauren online. I don't know if she's able to hear us.
I can hear you clearly.
Great. Okay, so Lauren, a lot has been spoken by Darlington there around the revamping of this vision and, happening in the context of ESG, energy transition, and things of that sort. Maybe from your perspective and the area through which you work in, how can Africa ensure that this transition creates an economic transformation locally, rather than just simply reinforcing a cycle of extraction?
Yes, thank you so much to our moderator, to my fellow panelists, and good morning to everyone in the room from Cape Town. Thanks for accommodating me. So I think the previous two interventions here have really laid out a lot of the important challenges and opportunities that currently determine and also create the possibilities and space for a transformed future for Africa's minerals. But I want to focus in on one particular, I would say, an opportunity nexus, and that is the relationship between minerals and minerals development on the one hand, and as Alika rightly pointed out, there the question of industrialization, industrial development, economic planning, and then on the other hand, to think about energy generation, and the development of Africa's energy networks to serve our people, to serve our communities, to serve our economies, to serve our businesses as well. And it's at this intersection that I believe significant levers could be pulled and mechanisms exist that could really have a transformative impact on the continent. And they come together in the green industrialization agenda. And this is an agenda that is really, I think, very well articulated in the African Green Minerals Strategy. But it's an agenda that there are significant, very deliberate, very bold steps that need to be taken in order to realize it. And so let's think about the current reality and how this differs from what we might want to see happening going forward. So it's just too much of a common phenomena across the continent, across almost all mining regions on the continent, where we see patterns of enclave development, where you have infrastructure networks, energy networks, even water treatment networks that are in service of an extractive project, right? So in service of getting minerals out of the ground as cheaply as possible, usually on railway or on road networks, which are very often also privatized, which are not available for other use, so don't have any positive spillover effects for local economies, and then sometimes even to port infrastructure that is also privatized, that then also has zero positive spillover effects for local economies. And so that pattern of enclave development is precisely what we need to counteract. And this requires bold leadership from governments that are shaping new mining developments, and even governments where, you know, there's a re-engagement with existing mining operations in order to reshape these so that there are these positive spillover effects. And so we often, speak about this abundance of not just mineral resources across the continent, but also the abundance of energy resources across the continent, and this is in the context of the current global energy transition towards low carbon energy generation. Of particular relevance here is the abundance of wind and solar resources, which are really exceptional across the African continent. But the question is always, well, how do you unlock those, Because the sun shining above our heads, it does not translate by magic into economic development. And so if we look at, so we have those resources which really could be powering our economy. We have natural resources, which we know there is a global demand, not only driven by the energy sector and the transformation of the energy sector, also driven by digital transitions, also driven by security as well, dynamics which are often have deleterious impacts across the continent. So we know that we have this global demand surging at the moment, a scramble for our minerals, but they're not really being stitched together in such a way that economic value is unlocked for us. And so, we have a situation where less than 5% of global energy investment is coming into the continent. If we look at renewable energy investment, it's, despite the fact that we're always positioned as this renewable energy powerhouse, it's closer to 1.5% of those investments. And we also know that when it comes to network investment, so that is really thinking about transmission infrastructure and distribution infrastructure, which we know is essential to building sustainable energy networks. And in particular, if we're thinking about networks that are powered by renewable energy resources, I mean, functional distribution grids are just essential, and we're not seeing investment coming into those networks. So the question then is, if our minerals are demanded, how can we leverage that demand so that we can shape energy investments in such a way that there are sufficient co-benefits for energy access on the continent? And maybe just another footnote on that particular issue. You know, when we do get to have this conversation, it's interesting that it's often framed in terms of addressing energy poverty. Now, this is an incredibly essential ambition. It's something which is in Agenda 2063. It's in the subcontinental regional frameworks as well. So, for example, SADC. This is across different frameworks for SADC, including the Just Transition Framework that's currently in development. But when it's driven from outside of the continent, the question of addressing energy poverty is often considered in isolation, and it's considered as a vulnerability alleviation issue, right? So it's a risk management issue. Now, that's one part of the story. But if we want to imagine a prosperous Africa and prosperous regions across the continent and prosperous domestic economies, then we need to bring conversations about managing vulnerability, addressing poverty into conversation with opportunity. And so it's about how do you leverage opportunity to lift the floor on vulnerability, and also to understand that lifting the floor on vulnerability is not just to take people from sort of one level of poverty to another level of poverty that's slightly less bad, but really trying to get people to a level where their vulnerability is such that actually they can engage in, participate in value creation and for themselves economic value capture. So to see all Africans as economic agents, as well as many other things, of course. But this is really something that when the continent is narrated from outside, when Africa's development is narrated from outside, it is absolutely glaringly absent that questions of poverty alleviation and energy poverty alleviation, just to tie it back to this very concretely, are not brought into conversations with the continent's industrial ambitions. And it's often actually used, I would say, as a smokescreen, so that we never really get to these much bolder, bigger visions, which really are about African governments, African businesses, African communities of different kinds, capturing more value from global value chains that are dependent on our mineral resources. And so, you know, this narrative of dependency of Africa on the world is, we know, it's really idiotic. You know, it makes absolutely no sense. There is interdependency. And I think that one aspect of raising our ambition is to recognize the extent to which the global economy and regional economies outside of the continent are deeply dependent on our resources, and that is a basis for power for economic agents on the continent individually, but even more so if we can pool our power and leverage that collective power in our engagement with the rules that sort of shape our opportunity space for economic development. And so this includes, as was discussed on the previous panel, international trade rules. It includes a whole range of international and foreign, also domestic legal frameworks that impact our economic agents. And so that, I would say, is a really good starting point, is to understand this interconnection between industrialization and energy, and the extent to which these need to be really tightly coupled agendas. And then also, I think, an invitation for decision makers, policy makers across the continent to interrogate the extent to which our legal frameworks for energy are actually complementary to and enabling of our industrial ambition.
Thank you so much, Lauren. And you've mentioned something about just transition framework, which is under development. Perhaps flowing from there, can you, maybe the audience would like to know, and I myself, would you like to tell us perhaps how does that actually look in practice for mining communities and, African economies?
I would love to. So the Southern African Development Community, SADC, is currently in the final stages of formalizing a just transition framework, which is unprecedented. It is a regional framework for just transition, which takes the continent's ambition for greater economic integration and overlays that with, for economic integration, and overlays that with questions of infrastructure integration and a kind of mutually beneficial strategies for navigating the global energy transition, but very much, and I think this is really incredible, very much taking an integrated stance on energy, industrialization, and questions of sustainable development. And so this framework does something which I think is really incredible. And actually, as we today think about, operationalizing many of the very ambitious frameworks and standards that we have already accepted and developed across the continent, SADC is making some interesting suggestions about how one might seek to operationalize these frameworks across all African countries. I mean, we are a large and diverse continent. And so the approach that's taken is that there are general principles that are developed to allow policymakers to be guided in their domestic development of energy frameworks and just transition frameworks and all kinds of aligned and interconnected frameworks that are in service of a just transition, that come together within a just transition plan, let's say. But then in addition to this, what is identified is a number of priority opportunity areas that are very concrete opportunity spaces where a just transition can be advanced through both the complementary development of energy infrastructure and towards a sustainable energy system, and then also thinking about what the other complementary industrial or economic development, legal policy interventions might be to unlock that. So one example of such an opportunity is looking at the iron and steel value chain in Southern Africa, and considering how the transition of that value chain does two very important things. The one is to protect the value at risk as the continent is exposed to shifts in global markets, standards like, for example, in export markets like CBAM, which would be really punitive towards our industries as they are currently configured and reliant on on fossil fuels. So it's a question of protecting, local value add that come from business operations and from local value chains. It's a question of protecting employment and local economies. But then also it's about expanding the value that's created on the continent, and then also the value that is captured. So captured at the regional level, captured at the domestic level, and then captured at the community level that you mentioned. So communities that are adjacent to mining operations or other industrial plants. And so the way that this is then taken one step further towards operationalization is to say, okay, so if we zoom in on this value chain, where do we see that countries are already have activity, participation in this value chain, and how can we think in a complementary way, leveraging the different strengths, resources, capabilities, institutional capabilities, business capabilities, skills profiles of countries in order to map out a cooperation corridor that overall expands the value and then allows for a sharing of that value by participating actors. And so, this approach has identified, so they've identified several economic opportunity areas, and so they are relevant to different economies within the region, and really the idea is to take very seriously that for this global transition to land on the continent and to really benefit us, there's a need to take very seriously the multi-scalar nature of this transition, and its nature of being embedded in various other transitions and dynamics that are currently underway. And so, when we talk about a just transition, I think something that was really quite incredible that came out of South Africa's leadership of the G20 last year was to crystallize an articulation of what just transition means that is much more realistic, appropriate to a developing country context on the continent, but also in other developing regions like Latin America and Southeast Asia. And this is a whole of economy, whole of society just transition. So understanding that it's not just a technical issue, it's not just like one energy generation technology out and another one in. It's not a question of technology substitution, but actually it's a question of economy energy interface reconfiguration. And for us on the continent, to realize our ambitions, it's a question of how does the transition open a window of opportunity such that we can advance economic strategies that have structural implications, that we are not reliant on the export of raw materials, but that also we look at those raw materials that we are currently exporting and say, okay, so what are the opportunities for value capture really directly connected here, but also indirectly? So how do we think really creatively about value chain upgrading and value capture related to these value chains? But something that I think it was you in your opening comments, or maybe it was Alaka mentioned, this integration, when you start to think about the energy industry interface, and you start to think about, so green industrialization opportunities directly related to, like, let's say, a particular mineral endowment, it's really important to also think about how the value that's created there then starts to interconnect with other areas of value generation. And I think one area that we already see governments starting to pay attention to this, and I think there's a necessity for really more and more collective thinking across the continent, across the region, is this intersection, or the interface rather, between sort of mineral value chains and value creation and extraction there for the continent, capture, let's say rather, to keep it separate from extraction, and agriculture. And, food sovereignty and food security needs to be facilitated, I would say, in parallel with our ambitions to grow and capture mineral value. And Africa is in a really unique position to do this because of our position in global geography. We are blessed with kind of complementary risks and opportunities that allow for strategies that really make us, I think, in the future, a food secure region. That requires not only ambitious planning and governance, but planning and governance that can consider the risks and opportunities related to energy, to mining, to green industrialization tied to mining, but then also to agriculture and agro-processing as well. So, integration is it's an easy word to say. What it demands is institutional capacity and institutional capability. And on the previous panel, we had someone speaking from the AU about this necessity. And, to tie to Darlington's concerns about governance and transparency, I think when we
Lauren,
have... Oh, sorry.
If you
I
could,
can't see you, so
we're really pressed with time. If you can round.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Don't worry. That's absolutely fine. So should I finish the thought?
Yes, please. Just one line.
Okay.
1 second.
Yeah. So, one of the big challenges when we think about transparency and accountability is the extent to which foreign actors that are operating on the continent actually benefit from a lack of transparency and a lack of accountability and institutional chaos. And so, when our institutions are bypassed in order to further, extractive projects, this doesn't only have impacts immediately and costs and losses that we can see affecting the most vulnerable people immediately, but what is compromised is our capacity to facilitate economic development and prosperity far into the future. And so that's what we're seeing with a lot of path dependency, where we say, okay, but the mining vision is this long, and now we have the green mineral strategy, and we also have Agenda 2063, and we sort of sit here and we're puzzled. Why aren't they being implemented? But that institutional incapacity is really implicated in our lock-in to pathways that don't serve us. And so building up institutional capability, empowering our local institutions is really, it's essential to all questions of economic development, and certainly essential to minerals-driven development too.
Thank you so much, Lauren. I would like to move straight to Mutuso. We've had a lot on ESG, human rights. Now, Lauren just finished around just transition. And the question that I'm seeing is really the question of implementation. Mm-hmm. Now, I would like to ask you, because you work in this area, Mutuso, traditionally, arbitration has focused more on commercial disputes. Now, given the discussion that we've been having around these areas, do you think it can actually evolve now as we speak to address environmental and human rights concerns in this context?
Thank you very much, Angelista. Yes, I think it can and it should transition to begin to include these disputes that involve the impact that mining has in terms of the rights of communities, in terms of sustainability, in terms of human rights. I think, as you have pointed out, traditionally the focus is on investors and the dispute that they may have with the states. But when this mining happens, it doesn't happen in the air. It's happening on lands that are inhabited by communities. And as this mining happens, a number of rights are violated. The right to food, the right to life, the right to water, the right to a clean and healthy environment. And these are communities that are being impacted. And more often than not, when they try to have these concerns addressed, the state always argue that it is that right in terms of making sure that there is economic development for the benefit of the country. But is that the kind of development that happens at the expense of other people's rights, and in this case, communities' rights? And I think that's the major challenge that we are all experiencing. So indeed, mining is important for economic development, and now with this rush for critical minerals, because of the climate crisis, and as other panelists have pointed out, Africa is endowed with those critical minerals in the form of copper, cobalt, nickel, and lithium. But the extraction, as it happens on these lands, it is leaving a lot to be desired in terms of how communities are being impacted. Involuntary displacement, without fair and adequate compensation, without them being consulted, without participating in the policy and decision-making processes. And when violations happen in terms of the grievance redress mechanisms that are there, which at times the governments do not respect. So my view is that arbitration can actually come in, because when there are these disputes between communities and the investors, I think in terms of the disruption that happens to production because of that of lack of social license to operate, it ends up affecting production and the reputational damages. And even investors are also now taking that into account in terms of those conflicts that happen, and making decisions based on that. So I think that arbitration could also play a role there, beginning to address those concerns that communities have, because at the end of the day, when they try to go to the courts, there are challenges that are there in terms of, one, the lack of skills that they may have. We have investors represented by highly qualified lawyers, and at times the communities are just there on their own. What about the resources that are required is also a big challenge. So I think it is important that arbitration begin to think about those issues. How can they ensure that investments are sustainable, they respect human rights, the environment are friendly, and ensure that when there are grievances, how do you ensure that the grievances of the communities are also addressed amicable? So I think it is important that arbitration, and especially lawyers, begin to think about how they ensure that these investments of their clients, they represent the investors, the mining companies, are done in a way that respects human rights. So there's no one who is opposed to investments. We know that this is important, and our countries are rushing to attract foreign direct investment. But can we attract investment that is responsible, as provided for under national, regional, and international law? I think that's where the gap we have seen, that we just rush to attract investments, some of them that are not responsible. And we have seen some serious problems when it comes to human rights violations, especially those of communities that inhabit these lands. And more often than not, we talk about development. But people are beginning to question, whose development are we talking about? Is that development when communities' rights are violated? If anyone here has been to a mining area, you begin to see what we are talking about. We talk about development, but go to those communities. They are among the poorest. Even when you talk about energy that is being generated, it is being generated to somewhere else. But what about the community themselves? We talk about the need for this move to energy transition in terms of the climate crisis. But are the communities really interested in some of these electric vehicles that you talk about? So I think communities are questioning these investments and also the benefits that are arising. All they see are the costs that are associated with mining. And in lawyers' language, these are serious human rights violations, whether they're economic rights, social rights, cultural rights, and environmental rights as well. These are all being affected. So I think our clarion call is let investments come, but let them be responsible investments. Let them be investments that respects human rights and based on all those frameworks that have been outlined, including the mining vision and, of course, the mining compact. It is one of those ways through which lawyers here can actually advise their clients to sign up to the mining compact and ensure that mining itself and investments are done in a responsible and sustainable manner. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mutuso. I know time is almost up. I wouldn't say it's up, even if it looks like up. But I wouldn't let you leave without telling us a little bit about, access to remedy, which is an area you've really, really worked on. If you could tell the audience as well, what do you think it will take to have communities really have access to remedy? I think that is also very important for us to understand.
Indeed. So when we interact with mining companies concerning these issues that I have raised and that other panelists have also raised, the argument is that we have operational grievance redress mechanisms that are available to address the concerns of communities. But of course, we see the operational grievance redress mechanisms, but the question is, are these effective? Because when you go to the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, Guiding Principles 29 and 31, they talk about what is called the effectiveness criteria that can actually be used to assess these grievance redress mechanisms to see if they are effective and are responsive to the concerns that communities have. So I think there are a number of criteria that are listed there that each and every operational grievance redress mechanism should be able to meet. Is it legitimate? Yeah. So when you go to some of those, you look at them, the legitimacy there, where communities consulted, they participate in coming up with that operational grievance redress mechanisms. More often than not, you find that it's lacking. Accessible. You see, these are established maybe here in Johannesburg, but the mining itself is happening in Polokwane. How are those communities expected to access those operational grievance redress mechanisms? So accessibility becomes very critical. Then is it predictable? Can it be used with that predictability that people will be able to know that if we file in terms of 10 weeks, we'll be able to get the response, or in a week's time? We find that also problematic. Is it equitable? I think these are all important principles. Is it rights compatible? I think when you look at the UN Guiding Principles, they give a framework in terms of what a rights compatible grievance redress mechanism should look like. But when you assess them, we see that they don't meet that. Are they transparent? People talked about transparency and accountability here. Again, it's a problem that we see that is lacking. And are they a source of continuous learning and improvement? As people have pointed out, the standards, they are always evolving. And these grievance redress mechanisms should be able to reflect that. So if they meet up that criteria as provided under the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, I think we can talk about effective operational grievance redress mechanisms. But as they stand, it's mainly just to tick boxes and say that we have it. But in terms of providing that effective remedy to the communities that are affected and impacted by these mining activities, they are not meeting that criteria. So I think that's one of the biggest challenges that we are facing as we work with communities that are impacted by mining activities.
Thank you so much, Mutuso. And I think that brings us to a very, very important question, with respect to the topic that we have today. And I would like, perhaps in a minute for each panelist to really tell us now, where do you think the legal sector now is currently not doing enough, to translate all these good insights and all these visions from the AMV into actually tangible, actionable, implementable actions. I'll start with Darlington coming to Alaka, and then we'll finish with Lauren if she's still with us online.
All right, thank you very much. I don't think it's a question of where they're not doing enough, because we've been sitting in these conversations and our language is very similar. I think what I would do is to encourage that, to see the private sector compact, to see the AMV and all the architecture as architecture that's designed to reduce risk and uphold the rights of affected communities. I think, and the legal sector has a role to play, especially to translate these frameworks into something tangible by including it in contracts, for example, because of their proximity to corporates and to industry. I think that role, needs to be intensified so that we don't just end up with frameworks that are not articulated somewhere. But there are frameworks that are articulated in contracts. There are frameworks that are articulated even in terms of grievance redress, as Mutuso was talking about. So I think that would be my parting shot. Thank you.
Thank you. Alaka, before I go to Mutuso and then Lauren.
For me, I think the legal fraternity plays a more foundational role. And to anchor that, I think there needs to be more on regulatory compliance. There needs to be more areas in which the legal fraternity can navigate complex licensing, compliance and reporting requirements, including issues around beneficial ownership and transparency, because that then dovetails into what Darlington was mentioning about the private sector compact. But lastly, also, I think it's important for us to strengthen governance and dispute resolution, because then at the point at which we are negotiating these contracts is when then we're able to manage, issues around dispute resolution, anti-corruption, things around compliance, and we're able to resolve issues, especially when Mustuso mentioned around land access, licensing, and interpretation moving forward. In that way, we're able to then implement the African mining vision.
Thank you so much. Mutuso, if you just...
Sure. I think lawyers play a very important role. I think as we have seen here, lawyers represent these mining companies. They advise these mining companies. So when they come up with these policies, I think it is our responsibilities as lawyers to make sure that these policies, the vision that they come up with, reflect that understanding of respecting human rights, and specifically community rights. So when you develop those contracts, are you guided by that understanding that these should be able to protect human rights, respect human rights? Of course, the responsibilities of companies is to respect human rights. So that should influence in terms of your advice on the understanding that by doing that, that is actually mitigating or reducing risks in terms of attracting investments, in terms of ensuring that when communities riot, then in terms of the reputational damage that your clients suffer, in terms of the legal disputes that may arise, that may end up impacting on the bottom line. So I think lawyers do have a very important role to play in advising companies to do the right thing, in advising your clients to respect human rights. And respecting human rights is a very good investment.
Thank you so much, Mutuso. Lauren, over to you if you're still with us.
I am here. Thank you very much. So I would say, yes, there's an essential role. I would say that, however, we need to think about laws and regulations as one set of levers and mechanisms that need to be seen in an integrated others, like finance and investments, for example, and like policy and leadership set by government. And so it's by the time that we end up with a clear legal dispute, we're often really in quite a lot of trouble that really should be managed a lot earlier in the process. So how can we make sure that there's a positive and say generative attitude, as Mutuso just articulated? And I really do think that the leadership needs to come from government institutions, from the executive. I think that leadership on minerals is not enough to come from a minerals department or a mining minister. It needs to be set at the very top and flow down. And you have to have capable institutions that can help to realize a comprehensive vision and really to avoid situations in which we rely on lawyers only when there's a kind of adversarial conflict, and really think about how can we have a better, more coherent, more generative interaction.
Thank you so much, Lauren, and really the whole panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll agree with me that they've been really amazing. We are leaving here knowing for a fact that the AMV needs revamping. That is not a question. And really the legal sector has a role to play. And maybe because time is up, please give a round of applause to my very good panel, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much to our moderator and the amazing panel. One more round of applause. I think that was absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much. A little photo moment. Yes, yes, we can organize that for you. There we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next segment for the day is focused on AFSA strategic partnerships, as well as a few signing ceremonies, marking a very important moment in strengthening collaboration across the arbitration community. So our signing process is going to be happening to my right of the stage at the table, and I would like to please welcome to the right of the stage at the table to facilitate the signing process today, Advocate Svetlana Vasileva, AFSA Secretary General. Please give her a big round of applause as she makes her way to the front. And our very first MOU signing today is with the UCT Arbitration and Dispute Resolution Unit of the Law Faculty of the University of Cape Town. Our signatories are, please give them a warm round of applause, AFSA CEO Andile Nikani, as well as Senior Lecturer at UCT, Dr. Fadil Adams, as well as AFSA Court President and Executive Director of the International Council of Commercial Arbitration, Professor Lisa Bosman. Please give them a big round of applause as they embark on the signing of the MOU. The signing is complete. Let's acknowledge this wonderful moment. Thank you so much to our signatories. Ladies and gentlemen, our next MOU signing is with the Swiss Arbitration Center. AFSA CEO Andile Nikani is already there. Please could I invite to the table Executive Director Corina van Trotha, as well as Guillaume Tatavan to the stage. Please join me in acknowledging this wonderful moment. Our next MOU signing is with the Chamber of Arbitrators Belarus. Please could I invite to the stage Dr. Alexei Karachkin. All right, he's not here. We will move on to the next one. We still signing? Okay. All right, fantastic. All right, so that's all you, Andile. One more round of applause. And then our next MOU signing is with Order NEPAD and AMDC. I would like to invite to the front Mrs. Nardos Bekele Thomas, as well as Umkululi Nkube, Head of Programs at AMDC. All right, please join me in acknowledging the remarkable milestones that have taken place today. I am now going to introduce to the stage Gerard Silje, a representative of the Pretoria Bar, who will take us through the MOUs to be signed with the DRC and Botswana. Please give a big round of applause to Gerard Silje.
Panelists and attendees. It is this morning my honor and privilege to announce the delightful event of an agreement that has been reached between the Law Society of the Democratic Republic of Congo and ABSA. That, of course, once upon signed, will then welcome the Democratic Republic of Congo to the SADC ABSA alliance. May I, without further ado, then invite to the stage the Bâtonnier Jean-Paul Kitende from the Haut-Katanga Bar Association, Lubumbashi in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And then may I welcome to join at the signing table also President Lesedi Muhai from the Law Society of Botswana. President Lesedi Muhai from the Law Society of Botswana. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we have another round of applause for Gerard Silje? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the next part of this session, which is AFSA International Rules Translation. I would like to call to the stage our moderator for this session, who will also introduce the panel, AFSA Court President and Executive Director of the International Council for Commercial Arbitration. Please put your hands together for Professor Lisa Bosman.
So good morning again, everybody. I'm delighted to be back. I'm also delighted to mark a very special moment for AFSA and perhaps also for the continued development of African arbitral practice across the continent as we launch the translation of the AFSA International Arbitration Rules into 3 new languages, French, Portuguese and Swahili. This initiative represents really important values for AFSA, values of accessibility and values of collaboration. As we all know, the African continent is multilingual, multicultural, and embraces a number of different legal traditions. We believe at AFSA that if cross-border arbitration is to serve African users effectively, that institutions need to respond to and embrace that rich reality on the continent. So these translations aren't just technical exercises. They are an attempt by AFSA to make international arbitration practice more accessible, more regionally accessible, more inclusive, and more practically usable across different communities on the continent. French, Portuguese, and Swahili all carry particular significance on the continent. French, of course, is used very broadly in arbitral practice across large parts of West and Central Africa. Portuguese is essential in the Lusophone countries, in particular Mozambique and Angola. And Swahili represents one of the most widely spoken African languages on the continent. And is a real attempt, a recognition by AFSA that we wish to engage with African linguistic identities. These translations were all undertaken on a pro bono basis by practitioners and colleagues who've devoted the resources of their firms to helping us on this project. Before inviting them to join us on the stage, I'd like to thank AFSA's Secretary General Svetlana Vasileva, who has managed this project and taken a couple of years to get it off the ground. So thank you, Svetlana, and congratulations. And now I'd like to invite our translators to join me on the stage. First, Rajiv Sharma Fokir from FTPA Avocat for the French translation. Rajiv, if you'd like to join us on the stage. Second, we'd like to invite Demetrio Manjate and Pascal Bier from Mozambique, who've been responsible for the Portuguese translation. And thirdly, Dr. Kenneth Wine Matuma from Wine and Associates in Kenya for the Swahili translation. We're going to invite each of our translators to say a few very short words, starting off with Rajiv. Please.
Very briefly, Madame le Président, chers amis, chers confrères, bonjour. I stand here today to celebrate the AFSA rules in French on behalf of FTPA. I think we all learned that AFSA is this year 30 years old. 30 years ago, I first met one of the founding partners of FTPA in Mauritius, where I hail. I was assisting my uncle, a seashell expert, to evaluate his collection of seashells. That's how I got a placement at FTPA. And 30 years later, here I stand before you as a partner in the arbitration and international dispute resolution practice. I'm very proud to have contributed the AFSA rules in French. It is more than a translation project. It is a means of inciting our French-speaking Francophone users to come to AFSA, to choose AFSA as a high-quality Dispute Resolution Forum. I want to thank Svetlana for the energy and dedication that she has shown to promote arbitration internationally and in Africa. Let's not forget, French-speaking Africa is 29 countries. 70% of the population of French speakers is in Africa. So I invite French users to choose AFSA as their forum. FTPA is committed to supporting efforts in bridging communities, Anglophone and Francophone, civil law and common law, Africa and the rest of the world. Africa is the center of the world. And we are very happy to continue the journey towards making this a reality. Thank you again for your trust, dear AFSA. Long live AFSA, longue vie à l'AFSA.
Thank you, Rajiv. I invite Dimitri and Pascal to join us and to say a few words.
Thank you very much. Just a few words to express our gratitude for the opportunity to be able to take part in such an important step in the promotion of the rules of arbitration in the Lusophone community. On behalf of my colleagues, my Mozambican colleagues, and on behalf of all those who speak Portuguese, I would like to say that we are very grateful to be able to have access to such a wonderful platform, and the fact that these rules have been made available in Portuguese, it marks a great step in the promotion of international dispute resolution. So we are very grateful to be part of this journey, and in Portuguese we will say muito, muito obrigado. Thank you.
Thank you.
And finally, Kenneth, if you'd like to say a few words.
Hamjamboni. Habari zenyu? That sort of gives you a statistics on how widely Swahili is spoken. I would like to thank AFSA very much, and specifically Svetlana, for being the engine behind this wonderful project. I'd like to make 4 points, very brief points, in relation to why this is important. I think language is simply beyond a tool for communication. It's a very, very powerful tool for inclusion and belonging. And we are in the ADR space, the arbitration space, and one of the key cement holding like elements is the idea of inclusion and ensuring that everyone feels a part of the process. Second, I think, as mentioned earlier by Lisa, Professor Bosman, the idea of access to justice sits very, very strong when it comes to language. You really can't speak about access to justice unless people can participate in the process. And then last but not least, actually my third point is that there is an increasing desire for SMMEs, the informal sector, to engage in alternative dispute resolution processes. What that essentially means is that these processes should be seen as less corporate, less elite, and accessible to them. And the way to do that is with this wonderful project that AFSA has come up with in translating languages so people can access the dispute resolution platform. And then last but not least, I think Africa has had a tradition of using alternative justice systems, and there is a synergy between those systems and ADR. What that looked like at traditional level, of course, was through the language of communities. And it's very, very good that we're doing a full circle where arbitration and various ADR mechanisms are going back to those communities in the languages that they've spoken. I'd like to throw a strong challenge to AFSA, and I'm so glad that Michael Cooper is here. If we could use the energy, that you have in a project of this nature. I think AFSA has an incredible opportunity to take the lead in unifying the arbitration and ADR space across the continent. And I'd like to throw that challenge and just see what the next decade holds. So thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to serve in this capacity. Asanteni sana na mbarikiwe. Thank you.
Thank you all for your devotion of resources, your commitment to this project. I think with that, I'd like to invite you all to thank our translators one last time.
Thank you, and one more round of applause to our translators. Merci, obrigado, asante. That was absolutely amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a tea break for you now. 10 minutes of leg stretching, grab a cup of tea, something to nibble on, and we'll see you back for part 2 of our sessions. So, switch me off. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask you to please make your way back into the venue. Our next session will begin in 5 minutes. Please kindly make your way back into the venue. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. If I can kindly just ask all of our delegates to make their way back into the auditorium. We will be beginning very, very soon. Already our panelists are getting ready to head up the very next session. Now, this session is titled Collaborating for Credibility, Institutional Cooperation and the Future of Arbitration in Africa. And with this section, we do explore how partnerships between institutions are shaping trust and legitimacy across the arbitration landscape to strengthening consistency, credibility, and Africa's position in the global dispute resolution ecosystem. We have a very full panel today joining us on stage as well as online. Our moderator for this panel is Dr. Jamshid Piru, Bar of England and Wales and the Mauritian Bar as well. And our panelists are Advocate Svetlana Vasileva, Dr. Henry Murigi, Dr. Dalia Hussein, Victor Mugabe, Karim Mziani, Guillaume Tateven, Karina von Trotha, Advocate Henk Lowe, Dr. Alexei Karachkin, as well as Dr. Nyanje, or rather John Nyanje. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to our moderator as well as our panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the kind introduction. The panel title is Collaborating for Credibility, Institutional Cooperation, and the Future of Arbitration in Africa. So as the title suggests, this session will explore how meaningful institutional cooperation can strengthen credibility and also the development and therefore a global integration of arbitration across the African continent and beyond. And also how this can be achieved through shared standards, which are extremely important, but also through practical means such as joint initiatives and regional networks, because credibility indeed is extremely important. In other words, having trust in arbitration as mode of dispute resolution. And that trust or credibility is fundamental, not only for the users, but also those who hold themselves out as serving the users, namely the institutions. And we are therefore privileged to have esteemed representatives from leading arbitration institutions from Africa and beyond on this panel to discuss this very important topic. And I should say, in fact, I should congratulate AFSA. I think this is the first time we have such a wide representation of institutions in a panel on the African continent, and such a diverse panel indeed. So well done, especially to Svetlana and also Liz Bossman and everyone at AFSA for having taken this initiative. Now, let's dive directly into the topic. Let's start by setting out the current state of affairs. As we've seen, MOUs are being signed, and this has been the case for many years. I will assume that all the institutions represented have some sort of cooperation with other institutions. So let's start with perhaps exploring that. What does the scope of cooperation typically cover when it comes to cooperation between institutions? And maybe Karim can start by saying a few words on this point about the scope.
Absolutely, Jamshid, and thank you very much again for the invitation on this panel. So regarding the scope of cooperation between institutions, the Permanent Court of Arbitration that I'm representing here today thought about exploring avenues with arbitral institutions around the world, but not only around the world, also and specifically for today in Africa. And the goal was to, first of all, build, to have capacity building and trainings, because there was a demand from stakeholders to have more trainings, to be more experienced, and also to know exactly how to administer and handle cases in standards. So that was one aspect that was covered in Memorandum of Understandings. Then something that was also included in MOUs was drafting of arbitration rules and mediation rules. Something that we discovered is that whenever there is a new institution in one country, they obviously have to create their own arbitration rules, and therefore they needed support for this. So the Permanent Court of Arbitration, together with the local institution, worked together to make sure that they would be able to provide the best rules and also to comply with the new request from parties in arbitral proceedings and also mediation proceedings, because now you are aware that there is a demand for expedited procedure, for example, and this is something that is more often included in arbitration rules. And finally, not to maybe say too much, but just to keep everything in a nutshell, there is also the design of hearing facilities, because you're also aware that there's a need for hybrid hearings. So obviously, any facilities must be modern, with inbuilt camera system, with AVIT that is already present, instead of relying on external service providers. This can already be in the hearing facilities. Organization of hearings is obviously something that is requested. And finally, and most importantly, exchange of expertise. Because you want to know how you conduct proceedings. You also want to know how appointment of arbitrators or appointment of mediators are made. And therefore here the PC expertise is something that can be shared with the arbitral institution that request it. I may use one example that I will then develop further, but the Permanent Court of Arbitration currently has a cooperation agreement, and its strongest one is with the Mauritius International Arbitration Center. I serve as the registrar of MIAC, the Mauritius International Arbitration Center. And here there's also a transfer of human resources and human power to ensure that MIAC can serve the community, and in particular the arbitral community, at the best level. And finally, something that is covered not only with arbitral institution but with the arbitral community in general is the training and courses given to local universities. And here I would like to maybe highlight the role of Liz Bosman, who is the president of AFSA International Court and is also a professor at the University of Cape Town. And she, with the PCA, has developed the LLM program in which PCA Legal Counsel intervene for LLM and LLB students. So I will just keep this here, and I can develop further afterwards.
Thank you, Karim, for setting this in so usefully. So I understand that the scope of cooperation is quite far-reaching, isn't it? And I believe on this question, maybe Henry, who is online, Dr. Henry Murigi, who is the CEO of the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration, yes. Henry, did you have something to add to what Karim said?
Yeah, thank you so much. And I want to thank the organizers of this great event and say that in addition to what my co-panelist has said, we can see also intercontinental areas of convergence between institutions. For example, if you look at the Africa-Asia Legal Consultative Group and also the organization that informed the need to create institutions such as NCIA, it was brought out from cooperation between states that then thought it is important to establish institutions. And now, once the institutions are established, they have two options. The first option is to collaborate with other institutions and then grow the reach of what the objectives are. So I think capacity building is something that you would see in typical MOUs, institutional networking, visibility. Of course, also area of technology is a big one, and also development of rules, partnership in terms of standards, creating of standards. And at this point, I also want to mention a few. Liz Bosman, we had a webinar the other day about looking at how NCIA rules look like and trying to see what then that would look like in comparison with other leading institutions. So there's a lot of collaboration around exchanging of ideas and best practices. And I must say that this is a much better approach compared to a more, interest power-driven approach of institutions that seeks to dominate and, extend their influence all over instead of collaborating and working together with a view to growing the space of ADR, especially in the continent of Africa. That's what I can say, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. That's very helpful insight. I will move to a more perhaps controversial topic, as everyone who know me know I like to do. There are many MOUs, but are they lying deep under a pile of other MOUs in a drawer, or are they being implemented and actually performed? And if they are, how? And if they're not, why not? So I'll ask John to start on this, if you can.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Jamshed. I think it's a very important question because it's normally the question you get every time you try to sign an MOU. What happens next? Because there's a lot of them that have been signed. So I'll give, for example, the cooperation that we have with some of the institutions in this panel. When we tried to first sign it, everyone said, what happens next? And what was required was for us to put some measures to see that it goes forward. So I think the reason why most of them don't do very well is because there is no KPI behind the signing. It's a ceremony for the signing, and sometimes it serves a dual purpose. So arbitration institutions also do, part of the big business is marketing, and sometimes that event of the signing is already a KPI for the arbitration institution and nothing beyond that. So I think the most important part for them to work would, of course, require deeper checking into what is to be achieved and what are the targets immediately after that signing. That is a very important aspect of why those MOUs sometimes don't work, because there is no framework of what are we going to do immediately after the signing. And secondly, I also think the MOUs don't go very far to what is required. So for an MOU to work, you would need a dedication of human resources, of sometimes, asset resources and all that. And most of the time it's not explained very well where it will come from, who will dedicate to do what, from which institutions. And also institutions sometimes, are also understaffed. How much more can they give? And I think that's also another big problem. That's why many MOUs don't tend to work, because there's no agreement on how the progress and the program would carry on. And lastly, I also think it's just a lack of accountability sometimes on the part. And I think the stakeholders in arbitral institutions need to start making demands on whether an MOU works or not. So a good example is the AFGAC, for example, the African German Arbitration Corporation. The first 3 years got funding from the German government. And that funding from the German government had to be accounted for each and every single thing that the MOU was going to work. So you were not going to sit on the money and do nothing about it, because then you have a problem, because it should have been awarded to somebody else. But secondly, if you do something, there's somebody asking, this and this is agreed on the cooperation, and what are you going to do about it? And so I think the stakeholders and the board members at the arbitration institutions level need to ask questions about these MOUs, Because if you're spending, even if it's human resource time or otherwise, there should be some kind of accountability towards why the cooperation is not working or what are the hurdles for it. So,
very helpful. Thank you. Thank you very much, John, for giving a perspective. And I believe that's the perspective of the institution you represent, which is Africa-Germany Arbitration Corporation as well. Let me ask, please ask Dr. Alexei Korachkin, who is the chairperson of the Arbitration Chamber of Belarus, and who unfortunately could not get here, so he's joined us online. He is on the screen. Alexei, would you like to share your views?
Yeah. Thank you, Jamshid. I hope you see and hear me well.
Yes, we can.
First of all, let me warmly thank the AFSA and warmly greet AFSA and all participants from Belarus. And it's a great honor and a privilege for me to be on this panel along with other distinguished speakers. Concerning the MOUs and its implementation, the Chamber of Arbitrators try our best to really implement and actually perform all the MOUs that we are signed. And in this regard, I want to firstly consider the goals of signing MOUs. An MOU should offer advantages for arbitral institutions and, more importantly, for their users, for disputing parties. In my opinion, there are some possible goals for signing MOUs, and the most crucial of them are legal education. It's jointly conducting webinars, conferences, and training courses. The second possible goal is bringing expertise to dispute resolution boards. In my opinion, for users, it's easier to include specific arbitration rules in arbitration clause if we know what in the panel of arbitrators there are experts who not only have broad experience and knowledge in a particular field, but also understand the business mindset and cultural nuances of how parties from other parts of the world conclude and implement contracts. And the third possible goal is facilitation of dispute resolution process, providing venues for disputing parties, mutual use of electronic platforms for secure dispute resolution, and administering arbitration under cross-institutional rules. So users can choose the rules they prefer while benefiting from lower arbitration fees or a more accessible and convenient venues. For example, business cooperations between Belarus and China nowadays are growing significantly, and the Chamber of Arbitrators in this regard provides users with the possibility to include in their arbitration clauses the rules of Guangzhou Arbitration Commission, but with administration by the Chamber of Arbitrators under our arbitration fees at our venues and using our panel of arbitrators, which includes approximately 20 Chinese arbitrators nowadays. A similar approach can be seen in the Tashkent International Arbitration Center and Hong Kong International Arbitration Center cross international rules. As far as I know, there are several major infrastructure projects nowadays worth over $1 billion what use the TIAC HKIAC arbitration clause. So to sum up, we make a lot of efforts in order to implement and actually perform our MOUs. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexei, for sharing your insight, especially from that part of the world, and I'm sure the audience and the African institutions here and on the panel value this comment. And I'm very grateful. Now, let me, because it's the controversial question, I want as many speakers as possible to say their views. So I will ask Corinna von Trotter, who is the Executive Director of the Swiss Arbitration Center. What are your views, Corinna?
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry for not being in Johannesburg today. At least the sun would be shining, I think. On this controversial topic, when I started my career in institutions, I was also quite suspicious about these cooperation agreements because I often felt that they actually end up in the drawer, as you just mentioned. But having signed around 15 arbitration agreements over the last couple of years here with the Swiss Arbitration Center and the Swiss Arbitration Association, I've slightly changed or varied my views on them. From my experience, more than half of them are actually quite active. So I think it is worth trying and worth accepting requests for cooperation agreements and keeping an open mind for requests. On the other hand, I think cooperation agreements are not a must to otherwise collaborate. There are so many ways of engaging with other institutions or other stakeholders in the field for which you certainly don't need a cooperation agreement. So very often, I also take the approach to actually tell institutions who would like to cooperate with Swiss institutions that we should first do something together and see how we can collaborate and then enter into an MOU, for example. So different ways of how we cooperate, whether we have a cooperation agreement or not, are obviously events. So we have ad hoc or let's say one-off events with a number of institutions, arbitral institutions. Some of them are really very popular. For example, the ASA practice seminar. We do them once or twice a year with different arbitral institutions out there, especially the ones outside Europe, are very popular. And it's a great way of cooperating with other institutions. But sometimes it's just a one-off event on a specific topic. And then, as we did, for example, collaborate with the Japan Arbitration Association in Tokyo for the Japan Arbitration Week. We co-hosted the event, and that was a great success, and I think support for JAA as well. Besides that, I wanted to mention that there is also IFCAI, the International Federation of Commercial Arbitration Institutions, of which I'm a council member. IFCAI itself has around 50 members, commercial arbitration institutions. And this is a great network, and I can only invite as many arbitral institutions with an ongoing case management practice or other established activities to join IFCAI. This is obviously also quite a formal way of collaborating with other institutions. In my view, the very important way of collaborating is actually in informal settings. So I have a lot of bilateral exchanges on the leadership level with other institutions on different topics. It can be technical, it can, I mean, everything that's going on in the AI world and how you need to revamp your institutions to actually manage all those new technological challenges. But it can also be on the secretariat level, meaning that the legal counsel who manage cases can actually exchange with their peers in other arbitral institutions and discuss the common issues that they face in their work. So I can only strongly encourage this bilateral and also informal exchange between institutions. Thank you very much.
That's extremely helpful, Corinna. Thank you very much. And so even as a practitioner, I mean, we always value the possibility of discussing with a colleague who might not be involved in a case. So I suppose this is what Corinna was saying in relation to institutions, and it makes perfect sense. Henk, who requires no introduction here in South Africa. What are your views?
Thank you. Representing the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators puts me in a fairly unique position in that we're part of a global brotherhood and sisterhood of branches. 8 in Africa, 44 globally, representing 18,000 practitioners, dispute resolution practitioners over the world. So from that perspective, internally within the Charter Institute, it's not always necessary to have cooperation agreements because we have that massive network where we look after each other. And I echo a lot of what Karina has said today. We don't always need these agreements, and once we have the agreements, I often found that it goes onto the bookshelf or into the drawer. People want to act in terms of it, and often there's a more one-way street of cooperation, in that the other institution may often require more, and it's an improper flow. What I've also found in the process is that some institutions are protective of their stock and trade, and the stock and trade is, of course, the dispute agreements, and those that resolve the disputes. So there is to agree sometimes a resistance. But if we run in the informal manner of cooperation that Karina has referred to, here we are sitting today, and I don't know if you've looked at the stats of what we have today. We have England and Wales here. We have South Africa, Kenya, Cairo, Nairobi, Mauritius, Switzerland, Belarus, and so it goes on. And if we take that with the Charter Institute's footprint, we're sitting with 75% of the countries in the globe are represented here on the stage today. And that's a wonderful way of looking at these things, and we can do everything that we need to do, not necessarily formally by way of memorandums, but informally through the networks that we've created here today. That being said, I think cooperation between the parties and going forward and dealing with each other, formally or informally, is massively important. But take into consideration that there are areas in which there may be institutional caution as to the disputes, those who they have to put into the disputes and resolve the disputes. So, yeah, it happens, but not all the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Henk. And that's very helpful indeed, because my next question would be to ask the panelists to perhaps illustrate how under an MOU practical problems can be solved. And perhaps to do that, the best way would be to ask one or two panelists to identify practical difficulties faced by institutions, and then see how MOUs or other means of cooperation have managed to solve them. So let me put this question first to Svetlana. What are practical difficulties faced currently by AFSA?
From AFSA perspective, these recurring practical difficulties we are facing in our everyday work on the ground, on the first place is the tension between ad hoc and institutional arbitration. And in practice, choosing between the two of them means stepping away from the familiar habits and the comfort zone many of the practitioners they have. But many, especially from the domestic users, still perceive ad hoc proceedings to offer greater control, more flexibility, and lower cost. And we know this is not always the case. And perception, but all of that, the perception still remain deeply rooted in our everyday life. So the issue for institution is not to continue to convince the market in some abstract terms, but to demonstrate that real value of institutional arbitration. What institutional arbitration gives in addition in managing, for instance, the timelines, supervising the due process, and reducing the risk around the enforcement of the award. So from AFSA Secretariat perspective, what we try to do is to provide flexible support and administration, something that in ad hoc don't have it. And, but not light touch approach is the flexible one. So we are involved in any step of administration of the case. And we're supporting the party and the arbitrator. So it's not the question of, I think it's not the question ad hoc versus institutional arbitration. Is about whether the perceived advantage of one or other one need to be used in a proper way. And the second things that we, or difficulties or challenge that we face is bridging domestic with international practices. And this also leads to the party and arbitrator behavior and that growing tension between efficiency and over procedure. I cannot get right that word. Proceduralization. So, but in other words, and we talked briefly with Dalia in Cairo, they face different challenges, and it was interesting to see each of arbitration institution what they're facing. So I will leave to Dalia to share their challenges and to see how we can help each other.
That's very helpful. Yes, Dr. Dalia Hussein, who is director of the Cairo Center for International Commercial Arbitration, CIRSICA. Yes, Dalia, please share.
Thank you very much. I'd like first to thank AFSA for the great organization and for inviting me here, especially Svetlana. Thank you very much. Yes, it was interesting to see, discussing with colleagues, that we all face very similar problems on the ground. I'll just mention two examples. So conduct and this tension that is very clear. Conduct of parties and of arbitrators throughout the proceedings. So while the institution is pushing very much into efficiency, you have a lot of guerrilla tactics, delaying tactics, and suddenly, especially when it comes to pushing either the institution at the early stage or the arbitrators to accept last-minute claims, last-minute witnesses and documents, and after closing the proceedings, reopen the proceedings to get more documents and all the arguments about that. So this is really affecting the efficiency of the proceedings, and the institution finds itself sometimes what we can do to address that, especially with the due process paranoia and all. So this is one big problem. And the other one is very similar to the tension between ad hoc and institutional arbitration. We are facing a lot of pathological clauses, and what is bad about them is how they problem about how they state, how they mention the institution. And it is interesting because most of the institutions, if not all of them, have model arbitration clauses. It seems that nobody ever look at them. So we find we have a lot of cases where we have the International Center for Arbitration in Egypt, or the Regional Center for Arbitration in Cairo, and you have parties arguing. And we have a case right now that the claimant started the case arguing that this is an institutional case, please apply your rules. We did. Respondent came and said, no, CIRSICA has no jurisdiction. However, we're still appointing our arbitrator, but you have no jurisdiction. Suddenly, claimant comes back and say, okay, let's deregister the case and please have it, register it as an ad hoc case that you're administering, which is okay. Then respondent come and say, but you know what, we never said that this was not institutional arbitration. This is institutional arbitration, but just not the CIRSICA rules. And here it goes on. So there is this tension, unfortunately, between both of them. We'll see what the tribunal will say at the end of this.
Yeah, no, these are real challenges, which also remind me of certain cases. But yes, it's very, very useful to see how it's seen from the institutional perspective. I'll ask Guillaume Tatevin, who is a partner at Archipel and a court member of the Swiss Arbitration Center. Guillaume, could you, feel free to add any further problems, but I see we have quite a few, but also turn to addressing any practical solutions to these problems, drawing from institutional experience and perhaps through cooperation, if possible.
Thank you, Jamshi, and thank you, AFSA, for inviting the Swiss Arbitration Centre. I think I would agree with the problems that have just been explained to us, and I'm not going to add other problems to that, but I'll offer perhaps a solution, which is, my mind, is institutional memory, in the sense that when problems arise, they are resolved, almost always, I mean always. And the purpose is that when the problem arises again, it's resolved perhaps faster or better. And in order to do this, the important thing is to communicate and ensure that you benefit from the memory of the arbitral institution. Now, the Swiss Arbitration Centre, under its various formats, has existed for a century and a half. And I'm not going to say that we have 150 years of institutional memory, but certainly the Centre does try to make sure that when a problem arises and it's dealt with, everyone knows about it. And speaking as a court member, for instance, we have regular court meetings where problematic cases, issues that arose, are discussed, so that we can decide whether it was dealt with appropriately or could have been dealt with in a different way, and how to address it in the future. Because it's the nature of these problems that they will resurface in the future. And I'm coming now perhaps to what you said about sharing, Jamshi, and the MOUs and the sharing between institutions. But everything I've heard, I've seen as well. At the Swiss Arbitration Centre, almost everything that I've heard. So in order to improve on the institutional memory, or perhaps share the memories of the institutions, there is certainly, I think, a path to cooperation in order to ensure that what an institution has discovered is not lost for arbitration as a whole.
Thank you, Guillaume. But this is idealistic, I think, but it's an asset that every institution has that can be shared. But hopefully it's not the competition mind that comes to say, well, we have a perfect service or perfected service. Why would we share it with a younger institution? I don't know if someone, maybe Henry might want to discuss that from his perspective, or any other views of complete freedom. Henry, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to agree with my co-panelist and also just add that one of the other problem that you will find is when crafting these MOUs is, do you become very broad or very specific on a certain aspect of cooperation between whichever institution or entity you're cooperating with. Whichever option you take has its risks, has its opportunities. And may I say that every challenge or every problem always is, within it lies the solution and lies the opportunity for innovation and for creativity. And so to the topic of MOUs, I think there is a constant need for reviewing of the MOUs to see which is working, which isn't working. You can, for NCIA, for instance, we rework some of them and say, this one, let's focus much more on this area of collaboration that is then producing, for instance, more training for capacity building, or is producing more inroads into the younger generation of arbitrators. So we are looking more into that. And of course, also to consider basically retiring some of the MOUs that are basically not working. That's a perfect solution. Just say this wasn't going to work. The last thing I want to say on this is in the global uncertainty that we are in right now, where every 3 years there is a crisis coming up different from the other one before we even discover the solution for the other one. I think institutions need to think through how then do we adapt and, reimagine how arbitration, for example, needs to look at. And I like the suggestion about informality. Some of these things don't require all the formalities that go into arbitration. And for example, for NCIA, we have sort of clear rules on how we incorporate and how we come up with an MOU, some of which sometimes may delay the execution of the MOU. So I really take on board the suggestion by the panelists that we consider really just saying we're working on this. And of course, was also what Corina said, that look, let's try and plan an event together, and then if it works, see our synergies, and then see how we could do about it. So I think those are some of the solutions to add on to what my co-panelists have said. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Now, in addition to MOUs, we've spoken quite a bit about MOUs. Are there other, perhaps what the MOU should be saying institutions should do, or they already do, but what are the practical mechanisms that should be put in place? For example, should there be regular meetings for the sharing of knowledge and experience, obviously in the ultimate interest of arbitration as a credible means, so all institutions, old or new, have a common interest to promote it. But concretely, practically, what has to be done? May I start with Karim on this?
So here maybe I'm going to make the comparison with everyone that is in the audience today. Arbitration is about the intention, and everyone has been intentional to come here to meet with others, to build profile, and to also make sure that you not only promote AFSA, and you're also here to know about AFSA, but also about Johannesburg as an arbitral seat, an arbitral city, but just the intention. And I feel that MOUs and beyond MOUs, it's all about the intention that you're trying to seek. And as a practical mechanism, for example, that I see at the Permanent Court of Arbitration, we are very intentional in the way that we want to promote other institutions with which we are working, either through an MOU or outside an MOU. One very basic example, we have parties that are requesting a hearing and they want to explore new venues, but they don't know where to go. We have MOUs across the continent, and then we're just saying, okay, why don't you go to Kigali? We have a cooperation with KIAG. Why don't you go to Nairobi? We also have a cooperation with them. What about Johannesburg? AFSA is also a collaborative institution with the PCA. So this is why intention is very key. And in addition to intention is also doing. But it's one thing to say and another one to do. And by doing, for example, the PCA is always very active in making sure that we're implementing MOUs, but we're also trying to do things that are just beyond MOUs. And here I'm just going to provide one example that may speak to everyone here today, is about trainings. So we talk a lot about trainings that we do all together as institutions, but we also provide trainings to practitioners, to arbitrators, and to experts. And by experts, in last March, in fact, we welcomed and hosted a training for Ethiopian experts. They were engineers, and they wanted to know exactly how they could benefit from our experience if they have to be witnesses in arbitral proceedings. And this is where I'm also saying about the intention and the doing, because they requested it and we did it.
Thank you, Karim. We are running out of time on this first part, but I will ask Victor to obviously, he could not make it, unfortunately, but Victor Mugabe is the Secretary General of the Kigali International Arbitration Center, and I believe he is a familiar face here. Victor, any thoughts on what can be done practically?
Yeah, thank you very much, Jamshid, and good afternoon to everyone. And as my colleague said, I just want to thank the AFSA and their leadership for actually organizing this very successful event and having invited Kia to be part of the event. So on the topic, actually, I'm not going to add to, I think much to what my brother Karim from Mauritius have just said, because eventually we all need to make sure that we conclude really fruitful and effective MOUs So we think that in the most MOUs that we've signed, we realize that it's just ceremonial. But we forget to include something very important. I think there is need to include some kind of a very technical mechanism to assess the effectiveness of the MOUs and expected objective that we just set. So I think that is really very, very important to establish a kind of monitoring and evaluation mechanism of the MOU that we have signed and to assess on a regular basis to see whether they are producing really the expected results. Secondly, there is one point that my colleague from Mauritius just said. We need to work in a kind of a transparent cooperation. So because what African Arbitration Center are now lacking, I think, beyond our national jurisdiction is the trust by the users of the users of arbitration service out of the continent. So I think as long as we do cooperate, we still need kind of capacity development initiatives, but also investing in strategies and activities that really improve the efficiency of what we are doing as arbitration centers, but also the trust of our institutions. So that will be done through the promoting each of us here on the platform, but also with other African arbitration institutions that are said to be leading arbitration institutions. So to me, I think we still need the fruitful training and capacity building initiatives, but also recommending, potential clients, various cooperating regional arbitration institutions on the continent, but also we do have some technologies that we use in our respective jurisdictions. So I think it's very important for us to share the kind of technological mechanisms that we are using in one institution that we think can serve to other partner institutions. So I think that is very important because what we are doing here is, the intention is to provide a range of choices to the potential users of our social service, so we could not really think of competing among ourselves. So I think those are kind of practical approaches that I would really want to recommend to ensure that we put in place a more practical collaboration, as we've started with AFGA in the AFGA framework that is represented on the platform by John Nyanje. I think really if you continue in that way, we can really become more proactive and build efficiency and trust among our arbitration institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor, for this very useful reminder. We need to move on to the second part, but I'll allow John a very quick last word if you have anything on this point.
Yeah, I think for me, for a practical way to work, and AFCAC might not be the best example because there was an extra help. So the question was, if the MOU doesn't work, what do we do? So what they did is they went and hired a third-party think tank. And the work of the think tank is to ensure the cooperation works.
Wow.
And that's one of the reasons maybe the cooperation has been very successful. I don't think we've ever missed a monthly meeting. I don't think we've ever missed our training programs that we put in place. We have a very wonderful website. You should go and check it after this, www.afcac.com and .org, sorry. And there you will find, the arbitrators list of these institutions. You will find the ways to get the cases on. But that requires a lot of work. It's not work you can leave for the institutions to do independently. And so I think if the institutions are able to get third parties whose work is to, like Karim was talking about, Henry was talking about, evaluate and see the progress and how it works, then that is important. And I think that has been the secret to how AFCAC has operated.
Thank you very much, John. That's very, very helpful and a very practical solution indeed. Let me move swiftly to the second part of our discussion. I did give you an idea of the controversial issue, but now we're going to the main controversial issue, I think, because we are talking about credibility of arbitration, which is the credibility of arbitrators, arbitration practitioners, and arbitral institutions all combined. And our credibility of arbitration took a huge hit with the PNID against Nigeria case, which was a $11 billion award made by a majority of the arbitrators, 2 UK arbitrators, against the state of Nigeria. And the African arbitrator, who was appointed by Nigeria on the panel, gave a dissenting opinion. And Nigeria challenged this award before the High Court of England and Wales. And the English High Court was raised some serious criticism against the approach of the majority, the tribunal, but indirectly the majority tribunal in its decision-making process, because there were obvious red flags and no one bothered to investigate them, for instance. And this was in a very diplomatic way stated in the judgment. So, but when commentators, experts, scholars started looking at this, I think, overwhelming impression, especially from the continent, was that there must have been some sort of unconscious bias somewhere, either against the African party or for the Western party, who won $11 billion and then had the award set aside. So it was a big hit to the credibility of international arbitration, and it's still talked about until today. And now that we have institutions on this panel who have the key function of selecting arbitrators, I have taken the opportunity to ask the key point being that perhaps in PNID in Nigeria, if there was one UK arbitrator and one Nigerian arbitrator appointed by the party appointed arbitrators, but the presiding arbitrator was from a completely neutral origin, background, from the West and Africa, then no one would have been able to say that there is unconscious bias in international arbitration, which is a big hit. So my first question to the institutions represented today is whether your institution is addressing that expectation, namely that the presiding or sole arbitrator should be perceived. And I wish to distinguish here, because you might know them personally and say, no, this person will not be biased. They have great reputation, integrity, which is known within the legal profession. But what about the users? They don't. So those sole or presiding arbitrators are expected to be perceived as being neutral, so that whichever way they decide, similar criticism cannot be made against arbitration again. And I should mention that PNID was not an institutional arbitration. It was an ad hoc arbitration, so no institution has any blame in that matter. Let me turn to Victor first. Victor, can you please tell us your institution's practice or perspective?
Yeah, thank you very much, Jamfit. You're actually right. So this High Court decision on the Nigeria versus PNID, it's really influencing and making that most institutions and arbitral tribunals within institutional administered arbitration really do things. So for like the Kigali International Arbitration Center, we really took that decision very seriously. And we tried to do some kind of adjustment on the way we do the appointments. Since that decision, the way we do appointments is that we strictly consider that the sole arbitrator or the presiding arbitrator must be of a different nationality from one of the parties, unless otherwise agreed by the parties in the contract. So we have to make sure that really that's strictly controlled and managed by the center when it comes to appoint a sole arbitrator or the presiding arbitrator of an international commercial dispute. So to do so, we have prepared kind of guiding documents that supplement our rules, and most of those supplement documents are really supplement Article 16 of the Kigali International Arbitration Rules. And those guiding documents are what we call the statement of acceptance that is applicable to most arbitral institutions, the statement of acceptance, availability, impartiality, and independence, to be read and signed by the appointed sole arbitrator or presiding arbitrator. So there is also what we call, we used to have it, notes to arbitrators. So, but we amended it in 2024 to make sure that it addresses the issue that really promotes the neutrality and impartiality and of the sole arbitrator and the presiding arbitrator, but also the code of conduct that each arbitrator has to read and sign. So those guiding documents aim at calling arbitrators to reinforce the duty of independence and impartiality, while they encourage the tribunal to promote a more robust management of proceedings to ensure the integrity of the process, of course, respecting the party autonomy. So through our notes to arbitrators and definitely in accordance with the law establishing the Kigali International Arbitration Center, and specifically Article 17 of our Constitution, establishing the center. So we encourage, the tribunals are especially encouraged to invite parties to explore settlement at each level arbitral proceedings. So that's also another way of really encouraging the tribunal to manage proactively and not just to just hear and receive the party submission, because in some cases that we receive here, we may get the power imbalance between the parties. So one may be very strongly represented and another one may be weakly represented. So when arbitrator acts in that way, he gives or she gives chances to both parties to explore avenues to find a fair kind of decision. So I think that is the approach that we adopted to make sure that the arbitral tribunal act in a proactive role instead of staying passive. But we are here to hear from other colleagues, maybe to hear some other approaches that we may use to make sure that those criticisms are not raised again on African Arbitration Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. That's helpful. It's very interesting to see that the ability of arbitrators to take a proactive role in proceedings is being favored. And that's obviously in the interest of justice. Let me first turn to Guillaume from the perspective of the Swiss Arbitration Center, because obviously Victor mentioned that there's the general rule which most institutions have, that the arbitrator should be of a different nationality as one of the parties. But that wasn't the problem in PNID. They were of different nationality, but they were seen as Western against the African. That's the perception that was created. So how does your institution deal with that expectation?
Well, Switzerland has a reputation for neutrality, and I think the center would see it as a failure if the party were to think that it will not get a fair hearing before they even step in the arbitration room. One of the ways the issue is addressed is that as court members of the Swiss Arbitration Center, we've had a full day of diversity training, simply to make sure that everyone recognizes that everyone has a tendency to try and appoint people they know and stay in their comfort zone. And the idea was to try and explore ways of breaking outside this and making sure that there was sufficient diversity in the appointments. Then the other one is that I have seen personally as a court member, I'm not saying my fellow court members have had the same experience, but cases where the usual shackles of appointments that are applicable law and seats, and which normally pretty much determine who, in which pool you're going to select. Well, these have been, there were concessions made in order that the presiding arbitrator be someone who can be seen as neutral and impartial by all the parties, including from freedom from cultural bias.
Excellent. Thank you very much. It's reassuring. Henk, any thoughts on this point about, from perhaps the CIR perspective?
Well, thank you very much. So what we find ourselves in a unique position with CIR again, in that any appointments that go through London, head office, goes into the President's panel, which is populated by chartered arbitrators. And then we have, in the African context, we have our own branches. We also now follow appointing processes. And we have on our branch lists of arbitrators, both chartered arbitrators and fellows. And what we do in the onboarding process is we ask the market what they want. And we have the proper defining of the dispute, and then we allow the parties to tell us what is the arbitrator that they want, in terms of qualification, in terms of knowledge, in terms of skill sets, whether it should be a fellow, whether it should be a chartered arbitrator, or where it fits in the scheme. And then we try and deal with the appointment on that basis. And if I don't have an arbitrator in South Africa that complies with it, I phone my colleagues in Zambia or in Nigeria, and I say to them, this is what I need, what do you have? So we have diversity across the whole African spectrum, and we're now also starting with the process of wanting to do that with adjudicators. So once we determine that, what we give the parties also is the option, tell me if you want 3 arbitrators and their CVs, and I'll provide that to you. And you can choose someone from that group. If you can't, between the parties, choose someone from that group, I will appoint someone from that group for you, and it's an open, transparent process, and the parties know what they want. So we comply with the IBA processes, all the conflict disclosures are made. If there are any, the parties require neutral people. We give them that. We give them people from different jurisdictions, different colors, different races, different everything. And we want the parties to tell us and guide us so that they are satisfied and they have a clear understanding of who and what they're going to get.
Well, that's extremely helpful. And perhaps, and this is dialogue amongst institutions, and I think this is an extremely helpful approach, because no one can complain after they've been given the chance to say what they, to explain what their expectations are in terms of appointment. And that's very good practice, an established practice. And personally, I have started seeing that in the context of Russian sanctions. And Russian parties are saying, well, sorry, we don't want anyone from a country that has sanctioned Russia. Fair enough. So they're starting to express their expectations when arbitration rules of institutions typically don't provide for that. And perhaps that should be the next step. Ask the parties in their request, what attributes, what qualities, what backgrounds are you looking at? But very, very helpful, and CIOP can certainly assist because you have years of experience doing that. This is just amazing. This dialogue is coming up with so many solutions, which really shows that there should be more dialogue. And again, thanks, Svetlana, for setting up this panel. Let me move on swiftly to another key question, since we're in Africa, and I will ask Karim first. Karim, are institutions starting to depart from established practice that arbitrators cannot be African in international arbitration?
Yes, that's the main question that everyone wants to answer to. Quick answer, yes, absolutely. Being mindful of the time, I would just provide statistics. So over the last 5 years, the number of appointments of African arbitrators has more than doubled with the PCA, and I think that it's a trend across any arbitrary institutions. So it's a very positive signal. Then another statistic, 85% of those appointments are related to contract-based disputes, which means that we still have some work to do on investment state arbitration. It is, again, a changing or an evolving trend, but we have work to do. And finally, we mentioned the issue of neutrality, and I will maybe talk more about this afterwards, but it's also now a request from parties, and therefore African arbitrators are more relevant when it comes to neutrality.
Thank you, Karim. Let me ask Henry for his perspective on this question.
Thank you. I want to say that sometimes you have to then consider how did we get here to a place where we can even ask such a question for international arbitration, especially in the continent of Africa. And one has to then think about the colonial and post-colonial legacy and the reality within which we live in, and begin to address those concerns. The second thing I want to say is that we have to see, for example, in investment arbitration, what are states doing? What are they doing in determining who's going to represent them in the international arbitrations? Or when they have a choice to pick an arbitrator, who do they pick? And I think that has always been an indictment for the African states. And then there's therefore need to address this concern with finality, so that then the numbers can then begin to shift, and we can see a change in that. To answer your question directly, for NCIA, what we have seen is a healthy panel of arbitrators who are in the African continent and a few from outside the continent. And our practice has been, for at least the domestic cases, we make sure that we are trying to, we are appointing arbitrators who are mainly African. So I'd say 95% of the appointments will go to Africans, so that then helps in terms of answering the question that there is a shift in that direction. For international arbitrations, the consideration is the same, that we want to consider parties, rather arbitrators in our panel, who then automatically will be chosen from the list, African arbitrators. That's what I want to say in addition to what others have said. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Henry. Guillaume, may I trouble you with another question? Because obviously, to be able to appoint diverse panels, you need diverse courts or institutional appointing bodies. So do you think there has been a move, or there should be a move to further diversify courts so that they can bring arbitrators from different parts of the world?
Well, I think there certainly is. And first of all, I should say that despite what it may look like, I am in fact a diversity appointment on the Swiss Arbitration Court. In that I'm in fact French and not Swiss. Now you may say that's not throwing the stone very far, but in fact the Swiss Arbitration Centre has taken steps to diversify the court in recent years, and there are court members who are or work in countries such as South Korea, Turkey. There are court members in Dubai, in Paris, in London. So there is a real push towards diversity in the court. And we also, of course, have Zelda Hunter, a South African who is practicing in Geneva as a member of the court. And unfortunately, I cannot say today that we have a court member practicing in South Africa, but perhaps in the future.
Thank you, Guillaume. Hank, what are your thoughts about the courts? I know CIOB doesn't have a court as such, but what are your views?
Well, I mean, unfortunately, we sit with the issue of subconscious bias. And that which you see in the morning when you look in the mirror is what you want to deal with and appoint. So there has to be a specific decision to deal with diversity and appoint people from diverse backgrounds. And you're going to get that and approach that so much easier if your court or the panel of appointment are people of diverse backgrounds in terms of whichever diversity you seek. So absolutely important, and we need to get away from subconscious bias.
Thank you, Hank. One final question on this, on the PNID issue and the credibility of international arbitration. Since we're all together and we're talking about cooperation, is there room for cooperation between arbitral institutions or other institutions from Africa and beyond in different parts of the world for at least, for the appointing institution to be enabled to achieve the perception of neutrality expected in appointing sole or presiding arbitrators? Karim did hint that he would be addressing this, so I'll start with Karim.
Absolutely. So yes, there is now also a change in terms of perception and therefore room for cooperation. Here I'd like to highlight a recent cooperation agreement that was entered into between the Shanghai Arbitration Center, known as SHAC, and the African Society of International Law. And this initiative really was very novel because it created a new expectation in terms of arbitral appointment. And I will read now Article 1.2, which says that to promote neutrality, independence, and diversity of arbitral tribunals, the African Society agrees to recommend distinguished legal experts and practitioners for consideration as arbitrator in SHAC-administered cases, in particular for cases involving non-African parties, which means that the African Society shall recommend African practitioners and African legal experts to ensure neutrality. And as an example of this, even if we haven't seen the implementation of such article, but I'd like to refer to PCA case 2024-42, which is the Federation of Russia as a respondent against Wintershall. The case is the second one in this saga. And the appointing authority had to appoint the presiding arbitrator. And as Jamshid mentioned, for neutrality purposes and as requested by Russia, it has to be an arbitrator with a nationality of a country that has no sanction against Russia. The appointing authority appointed Funkwe Adekoya, a Nigerian national, to ensure neutrality. Therefore, this is why I said previously that African arbitrators are more relevant when it comes to neutrality. And I will end here.
Very, very interesting, Karim. The MOU to establish the principle and the practice as done at the PCA level definitely tends to promote African arbitrators in non-African disputes, East-West disputes. They are very neutral. It makes sense. It's very logical. I think that it's good that this is now being realized, and put in practice. I will also ask Alexei to give us his views on this point before moving to a last question. Please, Alexei, but very briefly, please.
Yes, thank you, Jamshid. I think that there is really certainly room for cooperation. For instance, Belarusian authorities are actively developing business connections with African states. And just in last year, official meetings were held with officials from more than 10 African states. And thus, all these connections will result in business contracts with arbitration clauses, obviously. And having arbitrators from African states on our recommended list is extremely important for us to build trust and credibility in our arbitration institution among African business circles. So in this regard, we would be happy to consider a possibility to sign in an MOU and exchange arbitrators with every arbitral institution taking part in today's discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexei. I suspect, because Svetlana has indicated that we were given less time than we had been promised. So perhaps we'll have a few more minutes.
I just don't know. Let's confirm that. Did we have 75 minutes or 60? 75.
So we'll take very few moments just to complete, because we cannot leave this panel without this session without addressing this very important topic. So because we are talking about diversity and neutrality and credibility, what about gender diversity? As a recent survey still shows that it's not being implemented properly. There are various excuses, that are being given. For instance, cannot identify suitably qualified candidates, etc. So diversity is, gender diversity is obviously something that goes to the heart of credibility and ethics as well, because I do not see this ethical to discriminate, and institutions should not. And parties as well, of course. And I will ask some very brief final comments from the institutional perspective as to what is being done concretely. And may I start with Dalia?
Thank you. To be very brief, I think institutions are doing very well on that specific issue, because our Corsica rules and other rules provide that when the institution makes the selection, it should take into consideration nationality, but also diversity aspects. A very quick look at the ICA cross-institutional task force on gender diversity shows that, I'm not going through the number for the sake of time, but at least for the 2024, you have 37.7% of women appointments made by institutions, 30% by co-arbitrators, and 20% by the parties. So I think we're asking the good question to the wrong people. I think institutions are doing great effort on this, providing for a list of arbitrators full of very competent women. I think the problem lies within the parties, the council, and broader cultural problems and perceptions. Also, one of the problems are looking for qualified women. I think this goes within a broader question of access to education, perception, the language, like the translation of the language of the AFSA rules give me the idea of language is a barrier to inclusion and to diversity, because if you judge people by their accent, you judge that, okay, she didn't receive a good education only by her accent, while broadening the spectrum of the language could also bring in more competent people. Men and women, by the way, not only women.
Yes, indeed. No, these are very, very useful comments, and you have seen this from the institutional perspective and experience. Okay, so maybe a very last point by Svetlana on gender diversity from AFSA's perspective.
So everyone knows that this is something that is very close to me, but I'm happy, especially you also see here in Joe our support. But let's talk about the appointment now, about the woman in the arbitration, and especially the institutional side of that. So from AFSA side, we really taking this very seriously, and we are seeing great progress. And I'm not saying that as marketing exercise, I'm speaking with the numbers and the stats that I'm seeing every day. And but before I also share some of the numbers, we make a difference between party appointment and the institutional appointment. And the struggle is of the party appointment. That means we need to push more on the ground of the legal community to also start thinking with us, because what is from what we have for the last 2 years, this is the stats that I look. So we have 99% party appointments, and I cannot say that we achieve some gender diversity, although that we make the nomination as per our policy and regulation. But for the appointments that court do, there is 100% diversity, 100% woman nomination. So also from international rule perspective, the court is who appoint, not the secretariat. But again, the numbers speak by itself. We have the diversity on the institutional side, but not on the party side, on our user side. And this opened the biggest gap and show us where we need to work and to change that mindset.
Thank you, Svetlana. I think your centers don't need to justify because of your own presence here and the recent appointment of Liz Bosman at the, as president of the court. So, but I hope that this has convinced not only the audience but the panel, and that was really the idea behind from Svetlana, that there must be this type of dialogue regularly to find ways and means to help together enhance the credibility and the practice of international arbitration. And on this, I will thank the audience for your patience and ask the audience to join me in congratulating this amazing panel for their immense contribution. Thank you, Joshua.
All right, one more round of applause for our panel, our wonderful moderator, and also for our panelists joining us online as well, as they take a beautiful photo. We want to capture this moment. We are going to be preparing our stage because we have something quite exciting coming up next, as soon as our picture has concluded. Another round of applause, shall we? Thank you so much. All right, so as we approach our next session, as I said before, we are going to be preparing our stage for something very exciting as we get ready for our young AFSA team, and they are going to be taking, this next session is going to take form of a debate. As the crew prepares the stage, I will highlight some of what this debate is going to be about. It's going to focus on sanctions, trade wars, and geopolitical rivalry in a session titled, "Is Mediation, Not Arbitration, the Only Realistic Mechanism?" And of course, it brings together a dynamic and thought-provoking exchange to the program. So let's get ready for our young AFSA team. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the time has arrived. I would like to welcome to the stage Vian Menkes from Bowmans, who is going to co-chair this young AFSA debate with the title, Is Mediation, Not Arbitration, the Only Realistic Mechanism? Please put your hands together for Vian Menkes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. As the actual participants are getting ready, I can give a quick intro to our session. I know it's the graveyard session, but I hope that it's going to give the most entertainment of all of these sessions that you've had this week. So please bear with us for one more hour or so, and we hope to entertain richly. For those who don't know me, I am Vian Menkes. I am a co-chair of Young AFSA. We were established with the blessing, if I may say, of Michael Cooper here in the front 3 years ago. And it's been an incredible 3 years for Young AFSA. We have grown to the largest young arbitration committee and membership base in Southern Africa, if not in Africa, in the last 3 years. So as we are handing over to a new Young AFSA committee later this year, it's a great pleasure to be ending with such an exciting debate on the biggest stage of them all. So the topic that we've put to Young AFSA members, if we can maybe put it back onto the slide, is sanctions, trade wars, and geopolitical rivalry make mediation, not arbitration, the only realistic mechanism for resolving cross-border commercial disputes involving African parties caught between global blocs. Now, we are obviously gathered at the end of a 3-day conference regarding arbitration in a fragmented global order. We've spent these 3 days discussing the future of arbitration in Africa, its enforcement, institutional architecture, role in investment, energy, mining. We've gone full spectrum on arbitration. And in this final session, we are basically asked to consider the question whether all of this is frankly beside the point. Because what about mediation? But in all seriousness, I do think it's a very important discussion. As the panel members make it up onto stage, I'll introduce them fully shortly. If we can maybe have you guys on this side, Adam and Young on that side. I do think it is an important topic, and I think it comes at a very important and critical time globally and geopolitically, because from Young AFSA's perspective at least, this shouldn't just be a debate. It's a really urgent discussion that needs to be had as to where does mediation fit in the grand scheme of things, and how do we see arbitration and mediation coexist? Because I think that's really the question that we should be asking, not whether arbitration or mediation should be the desired form of dispute resolution, but rather how do we see those two coexisting. But it's not as simple as that. What we put to our members is the very simple motion: which one is preferable, arbitration or mediation, given the current political, geopolitical issues and conflicts around the world. And I've got a very brave team on this side who is going to be arguing for the motion. They will be arguing that it is indeed only mediation that can triumph in these current economic circumstances. I've got a much more conservative and safe team on this side who is going to be carrying the stick for the arbitration enthusiasts in the room, which I would think is about 99% of us. But the winners will not be decided by who has got the best argument. The winners will be decided by who has changed the most minds. So we have a committee in the background. These contestants do not know who the panel members are, but those panel members have given us their inclination beforehand. We will afterwards ask them to reconsider the thoughts that they had and see whether any of the arguments that have been raised today have shifted their minds. So without further ado, let me introduce our contestants. On my right-hand side, I have what I will call the pro-mediators. I've got Adam Badenhorst and Younger Kiva. Adam, starting with him, is a South African litigation attorney. He's practicing in Rosebank at Durant de Toy Palso Attorneys. He's a litigator with areas of practice, employment, labour, commercial law. He's been before the CCMA, various bargaining councils, and has been involved in various AFSA-administered arbitrations. Now, Adam, when I asked him for a bio, he did conclude the bio with describing himself as a pragmatic and forward-thinking voice in modern alternative dispute resolution. So here's your stage, Adam.
Thank you.
Let's put that to the test. Second, I have Younger Kiva, who is also a colleague of mine at Bowman's. He's an associate in the litigation practice at our firm, where he has been involved in complex commercial disputes, both domestically and cross-border. He holds a Bachelor of Theology and an LLB from Stellenbosch University, and is currently pursuing an LLM at the University of Pretoria, specializing in alternative dispute resolution. His research focuses on the impact of public sector corruption on arbitration agreements and investor protection treaties. So that is our very brave pro-mediation team on my right-hand side. And on my left-hand side, I have Advocate Lovisa Igalwa, who has made her way from Namibia. She is an advocate based in Windhoek, and she was called to the bar in 2020. She practices as a member of the Society of Advocates of Namibia, where she also serves as the treasurer of the Bar Council in Namibia. Her practice includes commercial litigation, administrative public law, disputes, and arbitration. She also serves on the council of the SADC Lawyers Association, representing the Law Society of Namibia. So she may be a familiar face to a lot of you. Last but not least, I've got Daneo Mashedi, who is a lecturer at the Vaal University of Technology at the Vanderbilt campus. She's also a non-practicing attorney of the High Court of South Africa and a newly accredited family and divorce mediator. So perhaps on the wrong side of the spectrum here. But I would like to say that these four finalists have been carefully selected. They've not been thrown into the deep end against their will. They have submitted position papers. We received around 50 written submissions. So congratulations to these four for actually making it this far and getting onto stage. Just by being here, you have really done well. So I would like to congratulate you for that. All right, just quickly on format. We're going to start with 10 minutes of opening submissions for both sides. I'm going to start with the team arguing for the motion. 10 minutes on their side, 10 minutes on the other side, uninterrupted, please. I will then have a 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttals from each side, and then the real sparks will fly when we have a 10-minute quick-fire exchange where I would encourage anything and everything to go. We have checked that there are no sharp objects around, but shouting is allowed, screaming is allowed, and do whatever you need to do to convince the panelists that you have persuaded them on your arguments. Depending on where we are on time at that stage, I will then have 5 or so minutes of further rebuttals and then closing submissions. So I will be keeping a close eye on the time. I'm going to start with 10 minutes opening submissions for our pro-mediation team. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you to AFSA for having us on stage today. In relation to the motion, sanctions, trade wars, and geopolitical rivalry have fractured the very systems that arbitration depends on. In this environment, enforcement is uncertain, neutrality is politicized, and procedural rigidity becomes a liability. For African commercial parties operating between competing global blocs, arbitration no longer delivers reliable outcomes, it delivers risk. Mediation, by contrast, operates where arbitration fails. It is flexible where arbitration is rigid, future-focused where arbitration is binary, and practical where arbitration is theoretical. It enables parties to navigate regulatory constraints, preserve commercial relationships, and craft outcomes that are realistically performable. This position advances 3 core propositions. First, that mediation's flexibility and efficiency make it uniquely suited to geopolitically sensitive disputes. Second, that it preserves value through relationship-driven, implementable outcomes. And third, that arbitration undermined by enforcement risk, cost, and structural rigidity is no longer a realistic mechanism in this context. My submissions will deal primarily with the aspect of mediation, whereafter my learned colleague will deal with the arbitration aspect. Mediation is the only realistic mechanism for resolving cross-border commercial disputes involving African parties caught between competing global blocs. The process flexibility of mediation frees the parties from rigid institutional process and allows the parties to act freely without strictly defined procedures. It allows parties to navigate within the governing jurisdictional laws. Mediation does not require the front-loading of clauses in agreements between the parties. Mediation, neither, it does not need to wait for a party to suffer damages or for a contract breach. Parties can begin mediation once they foresee a dispute in order to prevent it. Flexibility in mediation is critical for African parties operating between these global blocs, as disputes in this context are rarely isolated. They arise within ongoing trade and financing and politically affiliated relationships that parties cannot afford to terminate. Mediation is prospective and relationship preserving and offers disputants a platform to have open dialogue and fashion a creative remedy to resolve these disputes through tailored, interest-based solutions. Mediation's strength lies in producing outcomes that parties can perform voluntarily as they have been structured to be performable. Mediation, especially when engaged early, is a highly cost-efficient dispute resolution mechanism. It enables parties to resolve their disputes efficiently and reduce typical institutional associated costs. Studies have shown that the satisfaction rate reported by participants following mediations continue to outperform other dispute resolution mechanisms. The importance of satisfaction of the process is supported by further studies which have examined compliance and found that the rate of compliance with mediated agreements was generally 90% or higher. The EU directive on commercial mediation adopts the compliance assumption, that agreements which arose through mediation are more likely to be complied with voluntarily. The Center for Effective Dispute Resolution's comprehensive audit of 2025, showing statistics from the period of 2022 to 2024, reveal that mediation achieved settlement rates of 80 to 90% across civil and commercial disputes, with upwards of 70% of mediations settling on the day itself, which is significant. The study of the School of Oriental and African Studies from the University of London found in 2018 that only 55.7% of African arbitration practitioners rated their judiciary as effective in enforcing arbitration awards. It is on this basis and what my colleague will submit that this is why mediation is the only realistic mechanism for resolving disputes in the context. Thank you.
5 minutes left on your side.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Moderator, for that generous introduction and the opportunity to address these important issues at what is most certainly one of the most significant platforms to advance ADR on the continent. Adam, the first speaker for the proposition, has already set out a compelling argument for why the motion should prevail. Mediation is the oldest form of dispute resolution known to humanity, and its reliability is precisely why it is suited for geopolitical turbulence. Now, the opposition will attempt to convince you that mediation is not the only suitable ADR mechanism for our turbulent geopolitical times. In doing so, they will advance a number of alternatives, chief amongst which will be arbitration. In contrast, we will advance the following three arguments on why we say that in the context of trade wars sanctions, and geopolitical rivalry, mediation is the only mechanism that is suitable for these times. Our first argument will be that arbitration without reliable enforceability offers nothing more than the appearance of a victory that delivers no value. Our second argument will be that as arbitration has become the new litigation, it has lost its promise of flexibility and efficiency. Mediation, on the other hand, maintains these promises. Our third argument will be that arbitration's focus on binary outcomes is misaligned with the reality of business interests in our turbulent geopolitical times, when the preservation of business relationships is much more relevant to their business interests than a binary victory. Now, turning to the unspoken fatal flaw in arbitration. In the absence of an enforceable arbitral award, arbitration is a Pyrrhic victory, and it offers no value. And contrary to what the opposition will suggest here today, arbitration and their awards is likely to be disturbed by, the enforcement of this arbitral award is likely to be disturbed by a number of factors. The first of which is the ever-expansive public policy considerations that judicial officers are using as the basis to decline the enforcement of arbitral awards under the New York Convention. Secondly, recalcitrant parties will hide behind sanctions that freeze assets and that prevent their access to banking systems. And most importantly, geopolitical rivalry stands at the top of the consideration of judicial bodies that value their domestic economic interest over the enforcement of these awards. Our second argument is that arbitration is inefficient and its procedural rigidity prevents it from being able to adapt to the modern era. The procedures that have been adopted in most arbitral institutions aim to install some form of discipline in those proceedings. However, they've had the opposite effect. Parties very often will engage in delay tactics, procedural gaming, and ways in which to frustrate the conclusion of those proceedings. Arbitration is simply ill-equipped to deal with fast-moving disputes. And lastly, businesses want processes which, apart from resolving their disputes, enhance their relationships. And this is why studies show that business leaders far prefer to conclude their disputes through mediation as opposed to arbitration. Major arbitral institutions and their data centers report that in a significant number of cases, matters are resolved through negotiated settlements, even within arbitration proceedings themselves. This is not just an indication of business confidence, but is in fact institutionalized confidence. Thank you.
Thank you. Round of applause after your opening submissions, potentially a good sign, or maybe just sympathy from the crowd. We will see. Turning to the pro-arbitration team, you've got 10 minutes. The first team came in at about 9 minutes 30, but I'm not going to limit you to that. 10 minutes. Please give us your opening submissions.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to AFSA also for providing the platform for us, the young practitioners, to have this opportunity. As a starting point, we do not oppose this motion because mediation has no value. The reason we oppose it is because it's not the only realistic dispute mechanism. And we say this because where the good faith fails, then arbitration kicks in. Arbitration is triggered by mediation. So sanctions, trade wars, geopolitics, rivalry, without a doubt, makes mediation appealing. However, when it comes to the harder cases, arbitration takes the role. And so our first argument is that the motion fails on the fact that it presupposes that mediation is the only mechanism. And that's the first part. being a preferable or rather a starting point for resolving conflict does not mean exclusivity. And particularly not in a volatile environment where we have trade wars, where we have disruptions in terms of contract enforcement because of those geopolitical rivalries. And that is the starting point. And when one considers fragmentation, it does not necessarily remove conflict. What it does, it defines it. It sharpens conflict. And one does not live because what my colleagues are proposing is that it's as if we live in an ideal world. And that is an ideal world, perhaps appropriate because we are African, we are Ubuntu people, we act on diplomacy. But it's not all diplomacy and compromise. The reality of the world is that there is a strong difference in the commercial interests that each parties have. So this then attends to strategic positioning. There is regulatory pressures, and then comes then the commercial self-protection. So when you look at it from an African gaze, of course there is cooperation, and we have to look at it in the context of the blocks that we also operate in. There is the African trade, free trade bloc. We have SACU, and those are systems put in place, knowing very well that political alignment does not translate to commercial alignment, because when then those interests hardens, then there must be a neutral party that then provide, and also a system that provides a disciplined procedure and a binding system, and that is what arbitration provides. And thirdly, we submit that the fact that mediation may be preferable does not necessarily make arbitration absolute. And we particularly say this, that arbitration provides the features that mediation does not provide. And not only neutrality forums, it provides the procedural discipline and further a binding mechanism. And when one considers mediation, it is dependent on consent. And when consent fails, the parties must have recourse, and litigation cannot be the only recourse, and that's where arbitration comes in. And we submit that within that context, despite the fact that contracts can fail, supply chains can be disrupted, and there can be internal pressures that can reshape incentives. In those cases, mediation may assist, but consent cannot be guaranteed. And what we argue is that the appropriate answer will be then mediation where possible, assisted by arbitration. And that is our point, that it's not that mediation is not viable, but it's not the only realistic dispute resolution mechanism that can be utilized by Africans, and we cannot limit Africans to a consensus that is not guaranteed. And with those words, I then hand over to my teammate Dineo, who would deal then with the practicalities of what matters in practice, particularly when there is power imbalances, when enforcement matters and goodwill runs out. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, esteemed guests, the motion before us today, it claims that sanctions, trade wars, geopolitical rivalry make mediation, not arbitration, the only realistic mechanism for resolving cross-border commercial disputes involving African parties caught between competing global blocs. I think my colleagues has now made it clear that we firmly stand in opposition to this motion. So this motion proposes or urges us to recognize that due to the fragmentation of the global trading system caused by sanctions, trade disputes, and geopolitical conflicts, African nations should forsake the pursuit of enforceable justice and instead depend on goodwill. It is undisputed that while mediation is often flexible, voluntary, and commercially attractive, claiming that it is the only realistic mechanism for resolving cross-border disputes or cross-border commercial disputes, it overlooks the benefits of arbitration and furthermore misrepresents how international trade actually operates. To accept this motion, it is to trade enforceability for goodwill, legal certainty for politeness, and protection for vulnerability. And thus, arbitration remains indispensable for African parties navigating global conflicts. My proposition paper will take 4 arguments. The first argument will be based on the fact that enforceability, in as far as arbitration is concerned, is very vital. The second argument will further look at protection from power imbalances. The third argument will cover the fact that arbitration can adapt under geopolitical pressures. The fourth argument will deal with the fact that this motion is a false dilemma. And then, obviously, I will conclude with my closing statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Pro Arbitration. So I can hear a couple of key themes already emerging, and some of which were foreshadowed in your position papers, but then also a few that have been thrown in as curveballs, I'm sure, which is obviously great, and it sets us up for a lively debate. I'm going to ask the pro-mediators to give a 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal to what they've heard so far, and then give the pro-arbitrators the same opportunity before we go into the quick-fire questions. So you guys have 5 minutes to tell us what you think so far.
Thank you. I think the first aspect is that this matter concerns realism in practice for African commercial parties. The question is not whether arbitration legally exists. The question is whether it functions reliably when sanctions regimes, payment restrictions, and political rivalry interfere with enforcement and compliance. Now, you've argued that mediation depends on continued consent and therefore fails when the parties' interests harden. This misunderstands commercial reality. Cross-border African commerce frequently depends on ongoing trade access, logistics, and continuous supply chains. Parties cannot afford total commercial collapse. Mediation succeeds precisely because it allows commercial parties to create creative settlements that preserve this commercial continuity. You further spoke about the goodwill of the parties. Now, that is an overstated weakness. Commercial mediation is not charity or politeness. It is driven by economic self-interest, preserving supply chains and avoiding reputational damage while maintaining market access and preventing long-term disruption. In cross-border trade, this is a priority. You mentioned the power imbalances. I would say that in relation to large multinational corporations and states, they often have far deeper pockets than smaller African commercial parties. They have stronger legal teams and greater procedural leverage. This doesn't create a situation where power is balanced. This formalizes the imbalance of power.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. There are 2 points that I want to address from the opposition. The first is they suggest that our proposition assumes that we operate in an ideal world where parties have goodwill, where everyone has aligned interests. That is a mistaken assumption. In fact, our motion is explicit that in an ideal world, what matters is not a process as rigid as arbitration, but is a process that can adapt to those circumstances. Arbitration is so rigid that their assumption is actually the one that is idealistic. They assume that you will have a perfect arbitration agreement, a perfect arbitration process, a perfect arbitral award, and perfect enforcement. What happens when all those lights are not green? Arbitration stalls. It cannot adapt. It fails. The second suggestion that they make is that mediation depends on goodwill. This is a mistake. This debate is not about the attitude that parties bring to the table at the beginning of the resolution of their dispute. This debate is about a process that is able to adapt to those attitudes, a process that is able to go around those attitudes and actually resolve the dispute. In a situation where an arbitral award cannot be enforced, arbitration cannot adapt. It cannot work with those attitudes. It simply fails. Mediation, on the other hand, looks to the process, and the process brings the parties to a point where they can agree on their common interest and come out on the other end of their dispute with a better relationship and an enforceable outcome because they want it to be enforceable. Thank you.
All right. 4 minutes 30. I'm going to give the pro-arbitration team 5 minutes to respond to that.
You can start. Okay. Firstly, I would just like to highlight the first issue with regards to the fact that enforceability is vital when it comes to arbitration. I'm not sure if I'm audible enough. So mediation, it depends on voluntary compliance, whereas arbitration, it delivers legally binding rules that are enforceable in over 170 jurisdictions under the 1953 New York Convention. So, for example, in sectors like energy, mining, infrastructure, and technology, where billions are at stake, African businesses cannot rely on goodwill alone. So arbitration ensures that agreements survive political pressures where mediation cannot guarantee performance. The second issue is with regards to the loss of neutrality. So in arbitration, neutrality is not lost. It is often relocated. Arbitration has always adapted to global tensions from Cold War until today. African parties, they can choose neutral seats, for example, in places like Mauritius, Kigali, Lagos, and other jurisdictions, ensuring independence from global blocs. So arbitration's flexibility in venue selection, it directly counters the claim that neutrality is impossible. With regards to enforcement of risks in arbitration awards, so enforcement under the New York Conventions, it remains robust in over 170 jurisdictions, even when sanctions complicate enforcement. So in certain states, arbitration provides legally binding framework that mediation cannot match. With regards to the aspect of mediation's flexibility, so flexibility, it is not a substitute for enforceability. Voluntary compliance only works when goodwill exists. In high-stake disputes, high-stake dispute resolution involving state-owned enterprises or politically connected corporations, goodwill is scarce. With the aspect to cost and speediness of mediation, it is my view that cost and speed are often meaningless if the outcome cannot be enforced. I will then give over to my colleague.
Okay. Thank you. I would first address the proposition that a paper award, it's just a binding award is just a paper victory and nothing more. Our submission is that a paper award may be imperfect, but it would be worse without one. And I say that voluntary compliance, it may be attractive, but provides no legal certainty, and in absence of consent, then we have chaos. The team in favor of the motion, they mistake preference of mediation in some cases for the elimination of arbitration. And we submit that cannot be. In fact, one cannot conceive that mediation can be the only solution. And we say this in that, and particularly on the argument of flexibility. And I must put it in context, particularly with what we have done, what has been done this week. And there was one speaker, as I was preparing, that came to my mind, that spoke of the Mali situation, where the Canadian gold company have taken the Mali government to the World Court to intervene in that dispute. And that's where we submit that the answer cannot be mediation alone. It's mediation supported by arbitration. And in that context, and we put it particularly in the African context, in that the structures, the features that are provided by mediation can also assist, the structures that are provided by arbitration assist mediation and leads parties to settlement. Particularly once you go through the processes, the disciplined process of mediation, which you agree to, the issues become criticized, and you curtail those issues, and that's where settlement can be met. And because of the discipline of arbitration, then one one can say that mediation can even be more attractive. But the fact that the proposition that mediation alone is the only realistic mechanism cannot stand. And further that...
Lovisa, I'm going to ask you to pause that thought.
Yes.
You've crossed the 5 minutes, but hold that thought just for your next round.
Yes.
Just to keep the time allocation fair. You've gone slightly over, but please hold the thought.
Okay.
I'm going to now enter into our 10-minute quick-fire exchange. I would encourage questions, further arguments, rebuttal statements, to the extent that you think necessary. Keep it relatively brief, but anything goes in this 10 minutes. So please do follow your own train of thought and where you think this debate's going. So 10 minutes to exchange some thoughts. I'm going to start with the pro-mediators.
Thank you, Mr. Arbitrator. In rebuttal, the opposition suggests that our proposition that in the absence of enforcement, arbitration is a paper victory is somehow a false assumption, and that, in essence, an arbitral award ensures that, and I want to get the quote right here, that the award survives political pressure. Well, our response to that is simple. Look at the realities of arbitration enforcement. In a recent judgment by the Russian Supreme Court in the Tayvisin matter, that court expanded the grounds for refusing recognition under Article 5 of the New York Convention. And it is, under Russian law, it is now the case that arbitrators or awards obtained from arbitrators from unfriendly jurisdictions, whatever that means, cannot be enforced in Russia. Is that not a paper victory? That is my question.
It may be paper victory, but it doesn't exclusively mean that mediation then works. And I put it in this context that the reason that there is systems or blocks, economic blocks, it's a clear illustration that there is a need to harmonize rules. And once the reason that those systems are there, the answer is actually that arbitration does not become absolute, but what we need to then think of is to tailor our systems to cater for the mechanisms that are available. And that's the reason why we have the New York Convention, for example. We need to make sure that many countries sign that agreement so that enforceability becomes possible. And so the answer is that it's a better system management than to say mediation is the only answer. And we have a recent example, American and the Iran in Iran war. Mediated, negotiated, agreed tonight, and tomorrow morning, 24 hours, they say the agreement is ineffective. There was no ceasefire anymore. So to say that arbitration is absolute because of the paper victory is inconceivable. And our question is that are you really supporting that mediation is the only mechanism that is realistic for Africa, or would then a multi-tiered mechanism be more appropriate? That is the question.
So, no, a multi-tiered system would not be preferred. If I can take you back to the motion statement. The only realistic mechanism for resolving cross-border commercial disputes. I want to focus on this word resolving here. Can you tell me how an arbitration award resolves the dispute? Because according to me, an arbitration award is just it's a recognition of rights in favor of one party over the other. The underlying dispute that caused the arbitration is still there. The arbitrator has not resolved the dispute. He has simply brought an award against one party. Can you tell me then why you think arbitration would resolve this in according to the motion?
If I may.
Okay.
Just to answer your question, I think the resolution comes whereby the parties obviously comply with the arbitral award that has been given by the arbitrator. So I think that is where the resolution comes in with. It comes in with compliance.
So you're saying a monetary award could resolve the underlying dispute?
You just want to answer that?
Yes. Through you, Chair. The answer is simple. The resolution is not the award. The award is not the resolution. That is what I say. But the point we are making is this: arbitration does not only provide an award. There is many features in the arbitration that provides the solution, and that's what I come in the Mali example that there is a regulatory pressure, for example. And in Mali, it was a code of in the mining sector where there was new regulations and that companies must give more percentages to the government and so. So when you have a state-linked dispute, for example, where a law is passed, and even the Russia example that you make, where a law is passed, then and then you are mediating. and there is a law. How are you going to resolve that? So the features of arbitration, my answer to you is that the resolution comes through the features of arbitration as in that matter. Because when then the issues are curtailed and they are crystal, it moves then to an agreement. And that is our proposition. To say that there is features of arbitration, then that helps resolve dispute. And also the legal certainty that is provided by that award, either by defining the issues or then giving interpretations. But the award alone is not a solution, but it's the features of arbitration as a whole.
The features of arbitration being that its claim to fame, the so-called silver bullet in the entire arbitral process, is its enforceability. You've conceded as such that the only thing that arbitration offers us is that there is an outcome that can be enforced. If you cannot enforce the outcome, what happens? And that is the framing of the motion. In a geopolitical environment where enforcement is imperiled by courts who no longer extend comity to nations that they see as unfriendly, how does your treasured arbitration resolve the dispute? It doesn't. It stalls. It fails. Mediation, on the other hand, has the ability to bring the parties to the table for them to find a mutually beneficial outcome that both parties walk away happy to comply with. Thank you.
Just to respond to your argument, in reality, mediation and arbitration, they complement one another. They work together. So what we're trying to say here is that mediation, it is not the only realistic mechanism. However, in real world, practically speaking, most contracts, they say that a dispute must start with mediation, and where mediation fails, then it can proceed to arbitration, right? So here we're not saying that there must be a choice to choose between either mediation or arbitration. The demand can actually be for both, because the two mechanisms, they can actually, but they complement one another, so they work together. So we are not forcing you to choose between mediation or arbitration. What we're actually trying to say is that mediation is a valuable tool. However, it cannot replace arbitration. They can actually work together, and that, in reality, is the case.
Okay, if I can ask you, assume an award is recognized. How is it enforced if a bank refuses to process payments due to sanctions or compliance?
Can you please repeat the question?
Assume an award is recognized. How is it enforced if a bank refuses to process payment due to sanctions or compliance?
Do you want to take that one?
Do I want to take it? Okay. The question here is not that arbitration cannot exist under pressure. And enforcement can be a difficult thing. Equally as a party in a mediation can agree and refuse to comply. So that is a hard case that you present, and it becomes a problem. But it will not be for every case. So where there is a ban, for example, where you can, like the Russian example that was given, then such an instance can occur. That's the reality of life. But it doesn't mean then how does mediation actually? Let me ask you, how does mediation solve that problem then?
Like I submitted earlier, mediation, when parties mediate, it's in the commercial interest of both parties to come to an amicable solution. And due to the parties coming to the solution together, it is more likely that the parties follow through with what they have agreed to.
I would like you to answer me in the context of private companies contracting and agreeing in a mediation, a Russian party and an unfriendly, and a party from an unfriendly country. And how does mediation then work within that context?
Well, the parties can come to an agreement. They can come to an agreement on how they want to navigate it.
And how does then mediation correct, for example, power asymmetry? When one party has the economic or political ability to wait on the other. How does mediation correct that?
Well, how in mediation would one party weigh on the other? The purpose of mediation is to come to an amicable solution that both parties agree to.
Yes, that's a point of arbitration, but when there's one party that is more, has a more political or economic upper hand on the other, it doesn't mean that because mediation exists, it automatically applies. You understand? That's my question, that when there is a power imbalance, how does mediation help? When one party can wait out on the other? That's my question.
Thank you. Again, the point is process flexibility. Unlike in arbitrations, mediation can adapt the process for those power imbalances. You can employ shuttle mediation. You can mediate through third parties. These are amongst several different mechanisms that mediation can employ in order to ensure that parties with power imbalances are able to sit across one another on an equal footing where their interests, whatever kind of power they bring to the table, must be mutually beneficial. That is the first thing. In the second instance, you asked the question on how does mediation account for the impediments that are brought about by sanction regimes that freeze assets and that remove the ability of these companies to comply with these awards because they don't have access to banking systems. Well, in a mediated outcome, the parties want those solutions to work because it is in their own commercial interest that the agreement is fulfilled. And in those circumstances, the parties themselves can design an outcome that ensures that if they are to comply, they are able to comply, and to find compliance mechanisms that are easy for them to fulfill so that they can have their business interests protected. This is a kind of flexibility that you don't find in arbitration. It only exists in mediation.
I just have a follow-up question. So whilst we are still on neutrality scrutiny, based on the question that my colleague just asked, so you argue that mediation ensures neutrality because of the flexibility that the parties have in mediation. But is neutrality fragile if one party can walk away at any time, leaving the dispute unresolved?
The neutrality of? Because neutrality presupposes that the forum where the discussion is held.
Let me repeat my question. I'm saying you are arguing that mediation ensures neutrality because the parties can choose. The parties can choose the mediator, right? So that is the issue of flexibility within the mediation process. So my question is neutrality fragile if one party to the mediation can walk away at any time, leaving the dispute unresolved? So basically what I'm trying to ask you is that any aggrieved party to the mediation, does they still have any recourse? And if there is, what are those, what is the recourse for that party?
Well, if a party refuses to mediate, it does not automatically mean that the default is arbitration.
No. My question is not about whether the party refuses to mediate. They have chosen to mediate, however, during mediation, they decide to walk away, leaving the dispute unresolved. Is there any recourse for that aggrieved party?
Well, mediation it's valuable because it creates incentives for the parties to reach the agreement. If one party is now choosing to walk away from that, that party is being unrealistic, simply.
So I'm going to pause the exchange there. I think we've exchanged quite a a number of interesting thoughts, and you've raised a couple of interesting questions on both sides. We've gone over the time for further rebuttal, so I think where we're going to go, just to conclude this, and I'm sure our panelists listening in the background have got enough to keep them awake tonight to decide who's persuaded them either way. But concluding remarks, I think let's keep it to 3 to 5 minutes, not more than 5 minutes. So your closing submissions, starting with the pro-mediators, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This debate is not about whether arbitration remains legally recognized. It is about whether it remains reliably workable in a fractured world, when sanctions freeze assets, when banks refuse payments, and when enforcement becomes entangled in geopolitical rivalry. Arbitration delivers something increasingly fragile, a judgment that may exist on paper but fail in reality. Mediation succeeds because it is built for reality. It allows parties to navigate the political constraints, preserve the commercial relationships, and structure outcomes that can actually be performed across competing global systems. African parties do not need theoretical victories. They need executable solutions. And in a world defined by fragmentation, sanctions, and strategic rivalry, mediation is not merely preferable. It is the only realistic dispute resolution mechanism left. I'll hand over to my colleague for his final remarks.
Thank you. The proposition is simple. Where disputes are defined by sanctions, trade wars, and geopolitical rivalry, mediation and not arbitration is the suitable and only suitable mechanism for resolving those disputes. Our colleagues for the opposition have already conceded that arbitration is ill-equipped to adapt to these realities. If enforcement fails, what practical value does an arbitral award retain? Arbitrations depend on a system of geopolitical cooperation that is increasingly strained in disputes that are defined by sanctions, trade wars, and geopolitical rivalry. When that cooperation fractures, arbitration does not adapt, it stalls. Mediation, by contrast, operates within those constraints rather than against them. It doesn't rely on coercive enforcement to create outcomes. It relies on structured agreement, facilitated understanding, interest-based resolution. That is why it remains viable. Because once you understand the interests behind the parties' positions, solutions emerge that are not only acceptable, but durable in a way that imposed outcomes are not. We conclude with a simple allegory that illustrates why interest-based understanding, rather than imposed outcomes, produces resolutions that have practical effect and enduring satisfaction. Two children are locked in a heated argument over the lost orange in the house. Each insists, "I want it. I am entitled to it." The father, like an arbitrator, decides that both children are entitled to it, splits the difference, and gives each child a half. It feels fair. It feels like a decisive outcome. But both children are not satisfied. They throw the orange to the side and both of them start crying. They haven't gotten what they wanted. The dispute is not resolved. Their mother, on the other hand, like a mediator, asks a simple question: why do you want the orange? The one child says, "I want to eat the fruit." The other says, "Oh no, I want the peel for baking." The solution is obvious. Each child gets what they want, and each child is happy, and that is why we persist with our motion. Thank you.
What are you doing?
5 minutes to convince us otherwise.
Okay. Whenever I think of this motion, if we were to accept this motion, it will basically just force us into a false choice. And the reason for this is that, in reality, mediation and arbitration, they often work together. Many contracts include a tiered dispute resolution clause, which normally states that mediation starts first, and if it fails, then you can proceed to arbitration. The real world doesn't demand a choice between either mediation or arbitration. It demands both. Yes, it is undisputed that mediation is flexible, it has various advantages, but it cannot replace arbitration. African parties need enforceability, neutrality, and protection from power disparities. And these are the qualities that only arbitration can guarantee. Sanctions and trade wars don't undermine arbitration. They highlight its necessity. The motion idealizes mediation while ignoring commercial realities of international trade. For these reasons, I humbly urge that you reject this motion. Lastly, victory on paper is better than handshake agreement that can later be abandoned without consequence. Thank you.
Through you, Chair. The motion before us today is not whether mediation is useful. Mediation is useful. The question whether fragmentation has made cross-border dispute resolution more difficult, plainly, it has done so. However, the real question is whether those developments make mediation the only realistic mechanism for resolving commercial disputes in African countries caught up in these different blocks, global and competing blocks. Our answer have always been no. What our opponents have managed to show is that mediation is attractive in a volatile trade setting. However, it's not the only solution. And I would simply say this. The case will not always be as simple as kids fighting it over an orange. It might also be as complicated as fighting over a car. One wants a wheel and one wants to drive. Then everybody stays home. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to both teams for sticking to the time allocations. That is the end of the substantive debate. But the arguments, as I'm sure you can see, will continue. And I would like to just say thank you to our contestants, the 4 finalists that has made it this far. They have submitted position papers. As I said earlier, they have now elaborated on those position papers, I can most definitely say with confidence. And I think a couple of key points to take away from this. Firstly, I think our profession is indeed in safe hands, looking at the young debaters in front of us. But I think secondly, substantively, for purposes of a conference like this, is to appreciate that there isn't always one clear answer, and we intentionally crafted the motion on this basis. Knowing some of these debaters personally, I can most definitely tell you that they've been taking positions here that they wouldn't necessarily take in practice, which just shows you how flexible we need to be in a world where geopolitical and trade wars and sanctions and the like form commercial parties as way forward. So I think it's a healthy debate to have. I think there's no clear-cut answer. I think the position on both sides has been very well made, but there needs to be a winner, and there will be a winner. So please do keep your eyes on the Young AFSA social media pages. We will be announcing the winners of this debate in the next week or so. And in the meantime, I would just like you to please give a big round of applause to our contestants, and thank you for them for participating. Thank you.
Are we done?
One more round of applause for Young AFSA. That was absolutely incredible. A very valued contribution indeed. Thank you so much. So the next part of our program is the unpacking of our conference theme, Looking to the Future Plenary. And that is going to be presented this afternoon by partner at Weber Wenzel. Please put your hands together for Vlad Movcevic coming to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm not sure what happens after the graveyard shift, so I don't know what the character of this session is, but I'll try to make it as brief as absolutely possible. So in this conference was about global fragmentation. That's the theme of the conference, and what the place is of dispute resolution mechanism within that greater scheme. And it's very important for us as lawyers and those having a stake in the arbitration and mediation process to take stock of where we are and why we exist and how we can exist better in future. And that's been the theme of the conference. Now, I just want to take stock first about what we've been discussing, and then look forward to how we can take it, how we can develop ourselves to ensure that we deal with the themes that have been developed. So what have we heard? We've heard that there are many new challenges. So that's the first theme of the conference, is that we have many new challenges as the world. Obviously, we know about the geopolitical fragmentation that's taking place, the disruption of supply chains, the AI risks, the sustainable development, ESG, and the redefining of community versus company relationships. You know, all of those are critical new themes. They wouldn't be themes that we would have explored 10 years ago, but they are very much with us now, and some of them are more recent than others. The panelists on the Statesman panel talked about the geopolitical fragmentation, the North-South divide, the youth versus politicians, the protection of sovereignty, the economic protectionism more generally, and nationalism, and I think over the past 2 years, in particularly the unilateralism that we've seen. Now, there's been an interesting, what we've also explored during the course of this conference is what responses there have been already from a political level. And the Chinese response, obviously a very recent response in relation to the trade barriers, whereas on the one side of the world they're imposing barriers, on the other side they're bringing them down. But that's also double-edged, because as we've heard during another session, if you bring down those barriers without improving the infrastructure and improving the capacity of those who are going to trade to be able to trade meaningfully with proper beneficiation, then it's not a useful bringing down of barriers. So that is really brings me to the calls to action. And it's very important when we're taking stock of the risks, of these new risks, to realize that they also present opportunities, but those opportunities require us to capacitate ourselves first to be able to take advantage of those opportunities. So, capacitating ourselves to take advantage of the opportunities, I think, exposes some of the enduring weaknesses in the system and some of the enduring problems that we've had. And that's been also highlighted throughout the panels. The lack of regional, legislative and regulatory cohesion, the lack of legitimacy of dispute resolution processes, the lack of legitimacy of political processes, corruption, lack of representativity, and a general lack of capacity and infrastructure, especially in the global south. So we obviously can't, as a conference about law and legal concepts, we can't solve all the issues, but we can point as to what the calls to action are. And they're calls to action not only to lawyers, but also to the state, well, actually to lawyers through all the sectors, which includes the public sector, the private sector, the private practice, judges, arbitrators. Everyone has their part to play. So what are the themes in terms of solutions? Well, there are the usual solutions, which is we must ensure that we harmonize our legislation. We must ensure that we harmonize, we subscribe to the New York Convention, the model law as far as possible. That comes with caveats, because as we've heard from the statesmen, it's not always conforming to a standard practice is not always the best solution. And so we must look more broadly, perhaps also to introduce mediation and other forms of dispute resolution mechanisms into our formal regulatory schemes. And that might even subsume certain regulatory disputes. So we've heard about the overburdening of the courts with regulatory disputes and how arbitration can assist, or even mediation can assist in alleviating that burden, and that can be legislated meaningfully. Then, obviously, eradicating corruption and regulatory uncertainty. And those are two, obviously, different, very important but different concepts. And that speaks to the cost of capital question. So earlier today, there was one of the speakers spoke to the cost of capital. So you can never take advantage of opportunities if your cost of capital is too high, because ultimately, however friendly we might be and however we might want to promote partnerships, we must be competitive. And to be competitive, you need to have efficient systems and systems that are trustworthy. And these features all speak to efficiency and trustworthiness. So what's also been suggested is updating the Africa mining vision. Again, I'm hoping that that's coupled with implementation. AI regulation. So whilst it's been recognized that AI can be a great boon for efficiency, it also comes with its risks. We know about those risks. We've experienced them firsthand. Capacitating the courts. We must capacitate the courts and possibly take some of the burden off the courts. And one of the suggestions that was made on the first day of the conference is potentially allowing parties to move their cases from the court to arbitration, but giving them the opportunity to have full court appeals through the court system, and involving more practitioners on a permanent but part-time basis, which Deputy Judge President Sutherland will have to explain to me exactly what that means. Those are all solutions to try to alleviate the burden of courts. And then, very importantly, when we are negotiating contracts, or we're negotiating treaties, or we're negotiating any kinds of instruments, they mustn't be just left in the air. And the discussion today about the MOUs was quite important between arbitral institutions. But similarly, in respect of states, when they're negotiating treaties, it's no good signing a great AFCFTA, which doesn't have enforcement mechanism and doesn't have dispute resolution mechanism. Similarly, it's no good signing MOUs which don't have teeth, and where you don't have actual training and people going across borders. And it's been very important, a tenet of this conference has been to build partnerships and to ensure South-South dialogue and action. And the only way we can get to action is by having binding provisions in treaties, in MOUs, in contracts. And that's something, as practitioners, of course, we know when we draft contracts or we try to resolve disputes through contract, you must be as particular as possible, because once the contract is signed, that is what's going to be implemented. And it's very important when states, arbitral institutions, or private parties put their minds to a partnership, that is a concrete partnership. And that's been a prevailing theme throughout this conference. You know, from day one, I've listened and re-listened to to everyone's contribution. It's a recurring theme, and it's an important one. Then, on the side of arbitral institutions, obviously there are some aspects in relation to the integrity of their processes, which has been raised, and I think a lot of exchange has taken place to ensure that its institutional rules are in line with international best practice, and we've had the experiences shared here about that, and I think we've taken out important lessons in relation to that, and to integrate mediation into a more comprehensive dispute resolution mechanism offered by arbitral institutions. Because when you have arbitral institutions that have credibility and offer the full package, it's always better for parties. Because certain disputes, we've seen this from the statesman on the first day to the practitioners on the, and judges on the first and second days, to arbitral institutions on the second and third day, we've seen through the golden thread is that for different disputes, you sometimes need different dispute resolution mechanisms. And that's only underscored by what we've heard now in the last session. I'm not going to wade into the debate as to where I fall in the proposition versus opposition, but it highlights the fact that for different disputes there might well be better dispute resolution mechanisms. And sometimes, and that brings into focus also the sanctions issue, because in relation to where parties are sanctioned and there are difficulties in enforcement and difficulties in holding even hearings, it might well be that mediation or some sort of a conciliatory regime would be better suited to achieve some sort of outcome, even if it is an imperfect outcome. And mediations are full of imperfect outcomes, but they are often the best outcomes. That's the, we mustn't let perfection be the enemy of the good. Overall, I think this conference has covered the current state of the world, the problems that there are that we've encountered, and the challenges, the opportunities that have presented themselves, and some of the solutions. And now, also, I've tried to gather some of the calls to action that we've been able to highlight. And all I can say is that I hope it's been a fulfilling conference. I've certainly found it, as far as I could attend it and listen to everything, a very fulfilling and interesting one. And I hope that there'll be many conferences in future where we can develop these things. But what we must do is, in between conferences, act on what we've discussed. That's the most important part. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Vlad, for those critical insights and as well as those highlights of the past 3 amazing days. It is impossible to believe that we are officially closing off 3 days of insightful engagements and, of course, networking as well. I would very much like to invite to the stage Advocate Michael Cooper, SC, AFSA Chair, to conclude Johannesburg Arbitration Week 2026. Please give him a very warm round of applause.
Thank you. One of the themes of the conference has been a continuing conversation between you, the delegates, and AFSA. Each of the days have produced discussions in which you have raised questions with AFSAs, you have made suggestions to AFSA, and I would beseech you to continue that conversation with us. Please write to us, call us, continue the conversation, because we can't exploit the full wealth of what has passed between us unless you continue the discussion. So write to me, write to Svetlana, put out all the things you say we could do and the things you say we could do better. For those of you who are now going to travel from Johannesburg to your homes, go safely, Godspeed, and let us meet again soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. One more round of applause for Michael. And that will probably be the last time I ask you to give a round of applause. It has been a tremendous honor to be and serve as your Master of Ceremonies over the last 3 days. On behalf of the Arbitration Foundation of Southern Africa, I would also like to thank our co-hosts, our sponsors, our exhibitors, media partners, and supporting organizations. Thank you for your time, for your engagement, and of course your contribution to the Johannesburg Arbitration Week 2026. And all of you, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you found it very useful, and hopefully we'll see each other very, very soon. Lunch is officially served. I hope there's lots of networking. Until next time, have a wonderful rest of your week. Ciao, everyone.